Hey, y'all. Good morning. Happy Friday. Yo, King Coy, you number one, yo. What? Good morning. How you snatch that from everybody, man? Oh my gosh, you growing up in the world, ain't you? Good to see you at the top of the list, man. Good morning. Hey, Mira, good morning. Hey, Elder, good morning. Cam, Chaos Smoothies, good morning. Y'all, she doing deliveries today. Y'all better get your immunity smoothie. Good morning, Bree. Good morning, Jada. Hey, Jada, my icebox is still frozen. It's not broke, Mira. Right. Miss Simone.
Morning. Good
Good
morning.
morning. How you doing?
I feel great. My heart feels very filled up on this Friday.
Yo, happy Friday, yo.
Happy Friday. The real question is, how are you feeling?
Look, we just not even going to talk about none of that.
Just show me,
we
please.
just, we just go. Nothing happened. We
Here.
just
Right here.
we just go. Nothing happened. We just going to proceed as normal. Yo.
I feel a cry on my spirit, Miss John. I feel like we should just cry just a little bit.
I can't, yo. I had too much last night, yo. Miss Simone, when I tell you, it was the worst ever.
Joni, no, even that.
Miss Simone, you
cry. Like,
that's why this morning, for real, that's why this morning when I was like, oh damn, I didn't hit send on my text to Miss Simone, because I didn't want to send it in a group chat because I'm like, it's so individual. And my relationship with everybody is so individual. And when I saw it, I didn't hit send on yours. I said, I can't talk about it on success session. That's gonna be too much. I can't call you. That's gonna be. I'm like, let me just send a message. Yo.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just send a video.
I can't take. I'm not built like that.
Yes, you
no,
are.
We ain't gonna cry.
Johnny.
We can't.
I can't. I'm gonna shut it up. Good morning, heartbeats. Just one little thing. Just one little thing. Okay.
Go ahead, Miss Simone. Go ahead. What?
Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, son. I didn't think you were gonna let me say it. I just want to let you know, Ms. Jane, we really, 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 really love you. Like, the love runs so deep. And when I was thinking about Therapy Thursday, and just when you walk into the room and the atmosphere is just lively and filled with love and joy, and all the heartbeats running around and trying to eat and get a meal. And I'm asking them how their week has been and what are you doing? It's just family, like true family. And it's an outer body experience that you can't get a lot of places. And so I just want to say thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. And thank you, Heartbeats, for showing up and like embracing all of us in this experience. And this is like life-changing kind of stuff. It's like in the movies, but it's our real life.
Yo, our real life, y'all. And I just can't take it, y'all. I was even just having a hard time because this morning I finally got a chance to like go through and like read like some of the comments and stuff, yo. And I'm just like, yo, I can't take it. It's too much on my little icebox. I can't. Yo, I can't. It's like the Grinch, yo.
No, that's what I'm saying. I agree with Elle. We're gonna have to get you to talk to, because this is not it's okay. You gotta let it out. Yeah.
Right.
And
that's
embrace all the love. Because
that's all right. Good morning.
No. I have two more things to say, actually. Okay. I can just hear, if you're not going to a track, go home. Okay. Like, I just hear it in my heart. And everyone
that's be my favorite line, yo. If you're not going to a track, go home.
I love it. And everyone going to the track and just really enjoying getting to work on their personal growth, LaShonda. And like, you can't take that for granted because you are living proof and testimony that our dreams and our visions are not just for us. You see how you were obedient and you did what you were supposed to do, and how many lives have been impacted from your dream and your vision and your execution and dedication? Like, y'all, doesn't that blow your mind? One person did what they were supposed to do consistently, wholeheartedly, relentlessly, and with love in every step of the way. And this is what we get. Just imagine if we all did what we were supposed to do with love and consistency, how many lives we would change. Okay, now I'm gonna.
Powerful, Miss Simone. Powerful. Yo, I'm just not a good receiver. Like, you know, just say thank you and go on about your business.
We need to put some sex on that. No.
I can't do it.
It's supposed to be mushy.
I can't.
The tear duct should be just right about full, right?
Look, I'm holding it back because they got me too good last night. They got me too completely, had me thinking I was about to talk about music and how it impacts our culture. And you know I'm passionate about music, so they had me pumped for that conversation. And then gonna bring this crap up. I'm thinking we about to watch a Tony Braxton video. Yo.
Oh, Tony Braxton. Hold up, Tony. I would have been over.
Yo, right? They tricked me, yo. They tricked me. I was not prepared at all. Like, nobody told me nothing. Like, yo.
That's
like, and Bree didn't tell my sister. That's why I was messed up.
That's supposed to be go through nothing else. Someone will whisper a little.
Yo, I can depend on my sister. Let me know, cause she know that I don't like this kind of stuff. She know, so she gonna look out.
Like, hold on. No, y'all.
Yeah.
Did great. Inca and Elder did so
they
well.
really showed up. They did a great job. They really showed up. Everybody, really showed up. And I'm like, the people that were supposed to be there was there. Like, and that's what I care about. Absolutely. And that's what means the most to me, for real. Man. But good morning, y'all. Y'all is in here today, y'all. Y'all is in here. Good morning, Bree, Jada, Amaya Success Sessions, Amaya, Ari, Bree, Maya. Hey, you know what, y'all? Maya did come through and make her little poetry page.
Awesome.
She made her poetry page. Yeah, she's spamming everybody like she a scammer. She's spamming everybody.
Right. Spamming with positivity.
Right. The member said, man, y'all gonna have J-Rock playing slow jams today, crying and stuff. Oh no, look, absolutely not. We doing all DMX and Rough Riders all night.
Miss Joni, I feel a nice jagged edge, a little shine. I need a slow, something smooth tonight. I'm feeling smooth jazz.
Yo, crazy. Good morning, Ma. Y'all know he filmed his segment for Steve Harvey last night, so that's going to air on Monday. Yes. Can't wait for that.
Need to do
so proud of him doing his thing. Absolutely. Yo, we got Chaos Smoothies knocking at the door.
Chaos Smoothies. It's gonna be a good day, y'all. It's Friday.
It gotta be. It's Friday, man.
Hate it. Am I breaking up? Because I feel like my internet is trying to take me to the ghetto.
It is definitely in the ghetto.
Oh, Jesus.
Yo, Chaos Smoothies, good morning. Yo, is that the Great Value bonnet or the Wavy Way?
Cut it out.
No, because I ordered mine.
Kim, turn your mic on. Your microphone is off.
Yeah, I said I ordered mine too. I said good morning though.
Oh. Yeah.
So that's not the Wavy Way, that's the Great Value?
Yeah, the Great Value.
Oh, dang. That's all right, y'all. She got that one out of Walmart. The Wavy Way one coming from Target.
Oh, I love Tajay. But I will say, Kim, even though you're rocking that great value bonnet, you look good, girl.
She do. Don't she be glowing all the time?
All the time. I don't look like that in my bonnet, so I'm confused. I'm like, how come mine?
Your immunity smoothies. That's what it is, yo. I'm trying to tell you.
Keep your skin going.
All right, Kim, hook us up.
Yes.
Well, today I wanted to talk with Kim about her business from a, just a youth perspective. She's really been on it, consistent, and it actually inspires me. So I was like, Kim, you want to talk about your business and just consistency? And I was like, what do you want to do? Maybe like a PowerPoint or a conversation. Kim was like, yeah, no, I'm conversational. I'm like, I love it, baby. Let's do it Oprah style. Speak from your heart. Tell your story, your truth. So it's really the Cam show today, y'all. I hope you can take away some like pointers from a youth perspective, like an entrepreneur who's really doing the you know what thing. So you want to tell everybody about KR Smoothies and I guess kind of what inspired you to start your business?
Yes. Okay. So KR Smoothies, a lot of people don't know this, but the name actually stands for Camera Ready Smoothies. A lot of people think that K stands for Camry and then my middle name is something like that. But it's Camera Ready Smoothies. So I put that into my smoothies because I always want my smoothies to look good and look a certain way. So it was Camera Ready Smoothies, and a lot of people just know me by Camera Ready. They don't know me as Camry Moses. They don't know my full name. So it was Camera Ready Smoothies. So I actually started February 2018. I probably tried to test them out January. I was taking midterms, and I remember like it was yesterday. Desiree, she's probably not on here right now, but Desiree, my first high school friend, she tried my smoothies for midterms or whatever. I'm like, girl, I got this smoothie. You should try this or whatever before the midterm so I can keep you up. So I gave her the smoothie and she was like, girl, this is good. So basically she gave me the idea. She said, you should see what other people think about it and maybe we should probably start selling them. And I'm like, that seemed great to me because I was already selling stuff before that. So in middle school, I was doing crocheting purses, selling candy. Every time I got Halloween candy, I never ate it. I always sold it. Next day I go to school, I'm making candy bags. And my brother also, he had them. And he really picky. When he was I think he was 2 during the time, 1 or 2. And he was just so picky. And he liked them. And I'm like, if this the pickiest person I know, everybody else gonna like them too. So I had him try them. He liked them. My mother liked them. She always just get smoothies just because she lived here with me. And I have some extra sometimes, so I give them to her. But that's how KR Smoothies got started. But it's always been something that been in me. Both of my parents are entrepreneurs. My mother has a transportation business. It's called I Know Transportations. And my father, he cuts hair. It's called Cut Above Cuts. He actually has his barber shop in the basement of his house. So I find it's really creative and they always inspire me. And yeah, I guess that's a good gist about KR Smoothies. But it's changing every day. So
that's awesome.
That is
why smoothies though? When you could have did anything else, why smoothies?
I'm not knocking nobody, but most of the things that people are selling now, you get from vendors, and it's I like having my personal touch on things. I can't have my personal touch on buying something from someone else. I mean, it might have my logo on it or something, but I want to be the one who was responsible for creating it. If it's a problem, you come to me. Everything is on me. So I like having a responsibility and having people hold me accountable if something is wrong with something that I made versus me being like the middleman and somebody else create the product for me. So I have to go to them if I have an issue, and I can just fix the issue within myself. And then, like, if you look at all Baltimore youth, like that's doing businesses right now, you don't see a lot doing smoothies. I don't really know any other 16-year-old doing smoothies. So I was like, well, I was 14 when I started it, but still, they still like, I didn't see anyone doing smoothies. So I'm like, if it's something like a hobby that I had and like I actually like doing it, like why not make a business? Why not do it? So I started smoothies because like it's just different.
That's good, Cam. And even going back to what you said, I just love, it's like you can tell it's you in it. It's like really you. And I feel like, Michelle, you say this a lot of time, people buy your product, but they're also buying like a whole service and a package and you. And so to find out that KR Smoothie stands for camera ready, it makes sense. Because Cam, you are consistent. Like when I think of if you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. I'm like, duh, it's camera ready. KR Smoothies, period.
Exactly. And I tell people this all the time. I appreciate that Clam didn't bluff because I told you I know her for a long time and she never told me she was coming to HeartSmiles. I used to see her and like, yo, like you should really come. Like what you're doing is really, like in line with what we're doing. But she never said she was coming. But as soon as she said she was coming, she came and just been family ever since. So I'm like, that right there let me know that she was real about what she was doing and it wasn't fake. Like some people.
Authenticity.
Some people.
Authenticity goes very far, y'all. I'm not about to play with y'all today.
Yo, listen, Miss Simone, you ain't gonna ask. I'm gonna ask, why they be faking?
I don't know.
Why do young people? How is it so many young people say they want to do a business and they go through the trouble of actually starting it, but then don't do anything with it? Like, what's your perspective on that?
Good question.
All right. So I feel like honestly, people get into like the entrepreneurship thing or whatever because they see other people doing it. And people like following trends. But then they get into it and they realize like it's way more than just the glitz and glam, like boom, chaos smoothies is a smoothie right there. You don't see what I do while I'm making the smoothie, what I'm going through just to make that smoothie for you. So it's like people like you said, people want something, but they don't have the work ethic. They just want it to happen overnight. And it's not like that. And entrepreneurship isn't for everybody. So like, and people don't know that until they actually experience what it takes to be an entrepreneur. Like you got to be consistent to have people still stay engaged with your brand. You got to make sure that you do what you say you're going to do. I find like a great power in the word that you say. If you say you're going to do something, do that. And if you can't do it, make sure you explain why you can't do it. So I don't know. Like people just think everything is so easy and it's not. And they need to stop following trends.
Oh, Cam.
Yo.
So like, can you take us back? Because I want to keep on this consistency piece. Like take us to the story of like when you got your first customer, right? And you really started doing this, how it felt. Then maybe take us through like a time where it was like really good and your business was booming. And then maybe a time where you felt like you wanted to give up too, but you kept pressing forward. So I know that's a lot. Just start with like maybe the beginning. Like you were one of those people like, oh, I'm gonna start my business. Like a lot of people get excited. How was that?
That's a great question.
All right, so I was really excited to start it because like before, like I said, I was already doing things. I learned how to crocheting bags, selling them to my teachers, selling them to my students. Like anytime I got in trouble for school, it was never for fighting or anything. It was for selling stuff in school. So I'm like, if it's something I really get in trouble for, like maybe I should really take it serious. So like making it an actual like brand and something that represent me, like I was really excited. And especially like having a friend like Desiree like really pushed me when I started KL Smoothies. And she actually started her business. It's called the Butterfly Effect Collection. So I'm happy, I'm proud of her that she did that, and I'm gonna support her like she's been supporting me. But like I was really excited to start. So like when I first started, like I was surprised because like I think spring was just coming because like February was like it just began. Like spring was about to come. But like as soon as I started doing the smoothies, like people was on them. Like cause like I said, it was something different. And like the weather was about to break and everything. And like I was bringing them to school every day. Like I would literally one time I had 13 smoothies in my book bag. Don't ask me how. I can't
In
even
your
explain.
book bag.
I had my 13 smoothies in my book bag. But like I was just so excited because like even I had like teachers supporting me coming to my vending events. Like Miss Stone, I will never forget the day that she came to my vending event. Like I thought everything was going wrong at the vending event. Then I seen Miss Stone. And I'm just like my face like just brightened up because I'm like my teacher came here and she came to support me and she bought smoothies and she started buying them at school. So like I was really excited. But a time that like I found like business was really booming like at the beginning because they like people were just getting sample, but also like at the ad firm, like I kind of was no shade, no tea to my mother, but like she wasn't really like supportive at the time. So like of me doing that event because ad firm is such like large scale. She was like it might be like overwhelming or whatever. So like I was kind of like in the back of my head, like doubting myself. But like when people actually came and started coming to my stand, like I saw friends that like Corey. I remember he came. He was in the organization at Frame and he came, and I'm just like I was stressed. Like I was really stressing, like crying the night before, like trying to figure out if I was going to do good or not, because I didn't want to like let my father down. He like he got all my fruit. Like it was probably cases of fruit and like just everything. I had friends working with me and I said I was gonna pay them. And I'm like, at that time, I'm just thinking like I gotta believe in myself. Like I had a moment like that last night. That's gonna be my end moment when I like a time I wanted to give up. Okay. Because it's always times like that. But I was just like, I told these people I was going to pay them, my friends that I was going to pay them. I know what I'm capable of, and I know what I can do. So I'm going to come to this ad frame, and I'm going to put my best foot forward, and I'm just going to like anything that comes in my way, I'm going to overcome it. So like that day, like them 2 days, it was a lot that happened. Like my father left his keys in the house and like it was a push start and again got stuck at the fruit stand. And then like other things happened. Like I was waiting for him like at the beginning because he was trying to figure out how he was going to get back to me. So he ended up calling his homeboys. They came. I had some of my friends that was working with me like late. Some of them had attitude problems, but despite all of that, like I was able to make over $1,000 and make sure I paid everybody that I said I was going to pay, and I didn't disappoint my father or anybody that came to support me. So like that was a great moment for me because I'm like, if I can do this, like go through stress, tears, feet hurting, back aching, all this, and I'm willing to do this for something that I believe in, chaos smoothies, like then I can do anything. So that was a really good moment for me, like a high for me, because like before I was doubting myself, but after like it was like the best moment, and I was so happy. And I'm gonna say this, keep saying this forever. Like I was just so happy I got to experience that with my father, because like it showed me no matter what, like no friends, family, or anything, like he was always gonna be there for me. So that was a good moment for me. And oh, a moment I wanted to give up last night. I have 11 places to go today later on. And I had 30 smoothies. That's like twice as many from last week. So mind you, it's only me. I'm the only one that makes the smoothies in my business. So I'm making smoothies. I kind of started a little late because I was trying to do some work, and then my mother had me running around with her like in the middle of the day. So like that kind of threw me off a little bit. I like sticking to my schedule. She kind of threw my schedule off. I come home and I'm starting my smoothies and everything, I realized that I didn't have mangoes and I didn't have my organic sweetener that I usually use. So I'm like, that's the first thing. So I'm asking my mother. Usually she wouldn't go. Like, it was probably like 10 o'clock at night. She usually wouldn't go. But somebody, I guess she had called somebody and they persuaded her to go. So she went. She got to the store. There wasn't no the sweetener that I use. So I'm like, how am I going to improvise on what I'm going to do? So I just ended up using honey. I had to have a talk with my friend, and basically like I need to brainstorm. I'm not going to like shut people down from the smoothie that I said I was going to make. How can I improvise? So it was like honey, use honey or brown sugar because you can still keep like around the same flavor that you use with the other sweetener that you use. So I did that. I'm like thinking. Then my mother was like, she called me and was like, they don't have mangoes. But then she ended up like a couple minutes later. I'm like, I'm still like hoping that mangoes come from somewhere. And she said she ended up calling me back like, all right, I found the mangoes. So I'm like, yes, like I got the mangoes. Like I'm gonna be good. I'm gonna be straight. I'm gonna be set. Yeah. So then after that, mother gets home. She brings the everything that I need. I'm cutting the mango. I end up cutting my finger. So now it's like blood everywhere. And I gotta try to wrap my finger up. Mind you, I'm like only halfway done smoothies. So I did that. I'm like getting towards the end. My nose started bleeding. I'm like, yo, everything just keep happening to me. Then my feet start burning. I'm like, I'm tired. I didn't get to take the nap that I scheduled to take. But like I said, I had to do them smoothies. Like people sent me that money already. I said I'm gonna be there. I gotta do it. So what I did, I made them 21 last night. I did my little 3-4 hours sleep. Woke up this morning at 7 o'clock, made the smoothies, finished them up, and then made sure I got on here. Because for one, I care about HeartSmiles, and I also care about my brand. So I was gonna make sure I got up early enough to make my smoothies, get on here like I said I was gonna do. Because like I said, word is up here with me. Like if you say you're gonna do something, do it. So make sure I got on here. But like, if that wasn't resilience, then I don't know what was. Because I had 101 problems last night, and I still managed to make all the smoothies I said I was gonna make and get on success sessions, like I said I was.
Woo! Yo, that's my little daughter right there, yo. That's my little daughter right there. Whole time people just be asleep for no reason.
Damn. You had 101 problems and not one excuse.
Not one
That's
excuse.
Powerful. That is
Yo, and that's how you know you working and you doing something, because the devil gonna throw everything he can at you. Like, dang, she still ain't down. Hit it in the nose.
Right. Get her foot and scratch her feet.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, dang, she ain't getting down.
She won't go down.
Right? But yo, once he saw that you was determined, you know what he did? He went on to somebody else. He moved on. We ain't saying no names. But y'all know who missing.
Ready, boy. What's next?
Yo, that's what I'm talking about, yo. Commitment to yourself, to your business, to your word. Like, and that's all you got. And that's gonna go such a long way. And I pray that you keep that spirit with you, like as you grow along in your leadership and transition into your adulthood. Because, like, yo, that right there, that is powerful.
It is. That's the unstoppable, unshakable. Like, there is nothing you can't do. And like you said, I love in your story how you're reflective and you're grateful for these moments that in the beginning it didn't look like it was going to work out, or it was rocky and shaky, but you're happy you had those, because now you know you can do it, you know who you can count on, you know you can believe in yourself. And those kinds of skills are priceless. You will take that every step of the way in your life, and you'll just continue to step on next.
Step on all the next. Yo, Ma is stressing me out about asking his questions. Like, yo, I can answer the questions about what flavor she got. It's like, it's like, but no, he do got one good question. But he asked, has anybody tried to scam you with your smoothies?
Like, what do you mean? Like, it's for a scam? Like money? Like, say that
Well,
my product somebody else.
Ma, you can clarify, but I'm thinking for sure, and I guess I want to know too for myself from that question, like because you so young and you sell to adults and stuff too, and sometimes adults might think that they can take advantage of you because you are a teenager.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think no. I haven't been scammed. Like when I say a certain amount, I'm not gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna give it to you for $1 when I know it's $3 because for one, my prices is reasonable compared to
Very
other
much
smoothies.
so.
Absolutely.
So you're not gonna just come to me and try to lowball me because I know what Chaos Smoothies is worth, and I didn't just work for 2 years so you can try to lowball me. So no, nobody's scamming me.
I know that's right. And he also said, what were some of your hardships in the budget?
Oh, that's a good.
I actually was kind of fortunate because Dr. Johnny Graham, I was in the Al Dream Foundation for the Youth Works 2 years ago. And like I was like it was like a little five cute go.
Hey little brother.
Yeah, I'm watching it right now. My mother had plasma. But 5 weeks, it was like a little 5-week program, not a little, a big 5-week program. And basically like we got paid to like do our business. By the way, like before, like a couple months before, I probably was only like 4 months in, like starting my business, I think, because it was like June when we started. And like I basically did that to develop my business more and see what I can do. And also like it was like a funding opportunity. So Kaitlyn Pugh at the time, they were like in partnership for like the funding. And that's also like how I got my opportunity to benefit Airframe because they were in partnership. So I end up like this is actually how I think I met you, Miss Joni. Was I didn't see you. This is not the first time I saw you, but this is the actual time that I met you. But the first time I did like a first round of my business pitch competition, I think. And I made it past the first round. Like we was at the table and it was like the like a poster board there or whatever. And I was selling my smoothies there, like telling people about my smoothies, and we had to have like judges come around and like judges based off what we said. So I ended up making it to the next round. I don't know how many people made it to the next round, but I know I was fortunate enough to make it. So I ended up going to the next round, and then we had to do like a business pitch, I guess you could say. Yeah, it was a pitch competition. So it was like this big screen. I probably can send y'all pictures later. Like this big screen, and I'm gotta like go over my PowerPoint, like my projections, my flavors, my future endeavors and everything, and like graphs to show it all. So I did that. Like I can never forget that day because like I was nervous, and at that time, like my nervousness, it turned to like excitement. Like I remember after this, my father, he was clowning me because I was just so excited. Like I kept walking back and forth on the stage. Like it wasn't looking like I was crazy or nothing, but I was walking back and forth on the stage. Like my face was like, how Miss Simone every morning. I was like that, but probably like times 10. So I'm walking back and forth on the stage, and I'm just like, they're like, I can really you. Mom, on success sessions. But basically like I was going back and forth on the stage. Like they was like you really put the smoothie and just so happy to be there, so grateful to be there. And like shook everybody's hand, gave them a business card, just everything. So I ended up winning the second most amount of money, and I won $5,250. So like the funding issue wasn't really a problem for me, because when I started, like the beginning, probably like the 4 months in, like I said, I was able to access that funding. So it wasn't like, oh, Chaos Smoothies, I got the money, then Chaos Smoothies gonna die after the fact. Like, no, I using the money to expand and grow my business and spread out to new people and just everything. So I didn't really have like a funding issue. And I always been like responsible with my money before that. Like I just always save money. If people ask me for it, I was like, no, I don't have it. But really I have it. I'm just not gonna give it to you.
Right.
So
Yo, I know that's right. Jada got a good question. She wants to know, how did you come up with your prices? And I think that's important too, especially for young entrepreneurs starting out. Like one of the top questions is, well, how much do I sell my stuff for?
Absolutely. That's a really good question.
That's a great question.
all right. So this kind of go back to like when I first had started, I wanted to have a product that was like reasonable for a lot of people to get, because like I know a lot of people, I'm just accessible all around, because for one, I'm mobile, and for two, like a lot of the products now are like higher. So like they like it's like they can't access it because of price, but also location. Because a lot of the smoothie places are like a spot, like just the physical location. They don't do deliveries. Well, at the time when I first started, they didn't do deliveries or anything. So I did $3 and $5 because like I feel like that's a good amount. And like a lot of things are just like they can really get up there like if you really go to certain places. So I did it like that. But then I also, when I started researching it more in the summer program, I was comparing to other people, and I'm like, this is a good price compared to other ones. Like I was doing research on Smoothie King and everybody else. So I'm like, I know the value of my product is probably worth more, like price value, but like I still want people, it still wanted to be accessible to people. I'm probably going to change it like in the future, but right now I wanted to be accessible to as many people as I can, because a lot of people, they don't have access to the health benefits that I have in my smoothie and all of that. And then Smoothie King and everybody else is like, it's higher. So, and they're not accessing everybody. They're not getting to everybody. So I make sure I get to everybody, but I also make sure that it's a reasonable price for everybody to get.
Yeah, that's awesome. Ma wants to know also, do you have any merchandise, or have you thought about getting merchandise? And what was your motivation for starting with CMOS?
All right, so I did think about like doing like merchandise. I got my Chaos Smoothie hoodie going right now, but a friend of a friend, mother had made this one, but a lot of people had asked about, like Corey, he was one of the first people to ask about it. I was gonna do like I love Chaos Smoothie shirts or whatever, like how they do I love New York shirts. But I'm like, I guess I'm still in it like doubting stage. Like I'm like, is people really gonna buy them? Like people really been surprising me. Like is like I got these bottles like last week, and I'm already sold like 30 or 40 out of the 170 that I got. So I'm like, I don't know. It's like a little doubt thing about if I should start or not. But I guess like you can't be scared to spend money to make money. So I probably started soon. It just like when, because I wanted to be like high quality too. So yeah, I had thought about that. And with the CMOS, Corona inspired me. Like Corona inspired me to do a lot of things that I've been wanting to do. So like people need to be like protected during this time, or have some sense of protection. And like I was looking, like one day I just kept seeing the same guys CMOS like posts or whatever, or the same like people promoting it. So I'm like, I'm reading up on it, like the benefits is 92 out of 102 minerals that your body needs, like the vitamins in it, building immunity, heart health, good for after workouts. Like it's like a universal thing. So anybody who needs any of those benefits could get the immunity smoothie. It's just not for the immunity benefits, but it has a lot of other things, and also an energy booster. So that got me. That sold me because a lot of times, like, I don't be getting enough sleep, and I got a lot of stuff to do during the day. So like, I need that. So I thought about me, but I also thought about how everybody else is feeling during this time. It's like a lot of anxiety and like everything because of Corona, and I want people to like feel like they can do things and feel like they're just a little protection here and there. So I started CMOS.
Yeah, no, that's good. Miss Simone, you got any more questions before I ask more questions from the youth?
Oh, I do have. Oh man.
I
Okay, I
know.
try to ask your questions. I'll say I only have two at the end that I want to ask, but y'all go ahead.
You sure? Okay, because they blow out. These are good questions though. Bree wants to know what smoothie do you think is your best one, and which smoothie do people buy the most?
Okay, so my favorites are peach mango and strawberry mango. Like I'm a mango girl. So like they like one of my favorites, but I also love tropical. So tropical is peach, strawberry, pineapple, and mango all in one. And like if I like I'm when I drink smoothies, like I like to think that I'm somewhere else. So like if I'm drinking a peach mango or a tropical, I feel like I'm on an island somewhere. I'm just sipping my drink, feet up. Like they my
Right
favorite
there in the
because
ghetto.
I'm in the ghetto.
Yo, that's I
Go
like
pick the
that.
Mexico or something. So I gotta travel in my head or something like that. So those are my favorites. What was the second question?
Um, which one do people buy the most?
Um, honestly, a lot of people buy plain strawberry. So big red. That's what
Heart
everybody
smiles
buys.
red.
It's I don't know. I get that people like being plain or whatever, but I don't know. I like people mixing it up. Like sometimes I have people that get all the flavors in one thing, and that just it excites me.
Yeah,
It's like it's good though. It make you think that it really make you think that you're somewhere else.
I agree. I'll take the peach mango, strawberry mango. Do you come to
Give
Howard?
me my heart smiles red. I only get red, yo, straight red. Yo, Tara got a good question. Hey, make sure y'all show Tara some love, y'all. Today is her first success session, yo. She joined us.
Welcome.
I know,
Hey.
I know, right? She said, "What advice do you have for the next young person wanting to start their own business?" That's a great question, Tara.
I would say make sure that you really want to do it. Because like I said, a lot of people are starting it just to follow a trend or just because it might look like it's pretty and everything on the outside. But like y'all don't really know like the outside. So I would say like probably shadow somebody else or something like that to see if that's really what you really want to do. And make sure you stick to an idea. Make sure that you're going to be consistent. If you're not ready to put in the work and not ready to promote your brand every day or like just put in all of your effort, then don't do it. But if you're willing to like do everything that you can, gain the experience, go shadow somebody else, start your product, be consistent every day. I post my smoothie page on my real page and my business page and 100 other brands probably. Like I got everybody tagged on my page. So like just be consistent. Have that mindset, build that mindset. Um, like Miss Joni always talk about like fixed mindset versus growth mindset. If you want to keep a fixed mindset, then business isn't for you. Because like you always got to adapt to different things. Like with a lot of people, their businesses are like shut down right now. I'm still like working like despite Corona and everything. I'm like I'm gonna put my mask on, put hand sanitizer on every time I get back in this car. Like I'm still gonna make sure my customers get their smoothies because I'm not gonna let my business die because a pandemic comes. But if another pandemic comes, I'm just never gonna have my business. No. So therefore, you just gotta have that mindset that you're gonna want to grow and you're gonna want to do better and like stick to that and don't let nobody else tell you different. If you can't do like stand alone, like and you need support from other people, it's not for you because you're not gonna get support right off the break most times from friends and family and the people that you think you really gonna get support from. So if you can't stand alone, be your own support system sometimes. Believe in you then don't do it. But otherwise, if you're willing to do all that, or at least most of them, then I say go for it. And if anybody want to shadow me, y'all can.
I know that's right,
Oh,
y'all.
that's great.
I know that's right. Mars says, do you think you'll start using veggies in your smoothie, or you only going to stick to fruit? Because it's some superfood smoothies that have kale, carrots, celeries, and it's really good.
All right. So actually, like, I don't know if anybody noticed, like, not too long ago, probably like last week deliveries, I did carrot mango. So like that was like really good to me, like carrot mango, because like carrots got like a sweetness to it. So like I still want like a lot of some vegetables are like very strong. So like say for example, you put spinach in a smoothie. Like if you're not careful enough, it's gonna like taste like nothing but spinach, no matter what else you put in it. So it just gonna taste like nothing but that. So it's like I'm trying to figure out the balance, but I'm also like trying to wait to do vegetables and everything because I don't want to put like all these new ideas out here. I want to make sure that I'm pacing myself. So there's always new ideas that I have. I actually wanted to start like protein smoothies too, like before I did the CMOS, but I feel like CMOS was needed more during this time. So I am gonna start doing vegetables, but I just want to make sure that I'm putting my all into it and not doing too much at the same time and like pacing myself. So
Yeah, that's good. This is a good question from Jada. She says, how do you factor in problems and product when you are doing your monthly income?
like like if something just had came up, like I couldn't
Mhm.
do business for a week. Well, this ties into the fact that I have multiple ways of income. So like even if I'm not doing my business or I can't, like problems do come up, I still do have other ways of income. Like I'm on a committee, I do surveys, just different things that I do. So like even if not saying chaos smoothies not gonna work, but if chaos smoothies ever was like put to a pause, I have other things to fall back on. So it's like I tie that into it, and if I'm not working on chaos smoothies the hardest, I'm gonna do something else that I know that's gonna have my money up there. I'm gonna just always make sure that I have what I need to have. So it's just having
Yeah,
multiple ways of
right.
income.
Yes. Corey definitely want his hoodie. He said he been asking for too long. And Q says, how did you know when you had the right idea? I think that's a good question too, especially for new entrepreneurs.
Um, I would just say basically like how you feel about it. Like I know some people that started like something like bought a vendor from somebody and started selling something and they didn't like doing it. Like and you could tell that they didn't like doing it because you can't see that passion on their face. You can't see that glow on their face by what they do. So like you'll know you had the right idea like based off how you feel about it. If you're willing to have put all your effort and energy into that one idea, then you know it's the right idea for you. And it might be different things too. Like I know I'm not gonna be just doing smoothies, but I'm gonna have other businesses as well because I know I love helping people. So it's like you just gotta know how you feel. How passionate do you feel about doing it? How do success in that field make you feel? Like some people can be successful in something and like other people view it as successful, but like they're not happy doing it. So like if you're happy, like when you had successes and you learn from something, then like that's for you. Like I knew I had the right idea by based off like how I feel and like also how other people felt when they had my smoothies. Like especially the first time they have them, they sell me with that. Like I love that when people just first try them. They're like, oh yeah, I gotta get like 7 the next time I get smoothies from you. Like so I knew that was the right idea for me because of that.
That is awesome. And Boss says, what's next for Chaos Smoothies and will this continue in the future? Like, are you looking forward to opening up a shop in the future or do you think you're going to stay home based? That's a great question.
That was
Okay, so I actually do want to have stores, but like with me personally, like honestly, um I honestly feel like it's hard for me to find people that like I could trust working for me. Like, I want to have a store, but like, I gotta find people that's actually in it for the same reasons that I am, not just because I get a couple dollars or nothing like that. I want people to feel the same way as I feel. Like, it. Let's put it like a hypothetical thing. If you driving and you're doing deliveries for me, right, and you're late to me, you should just be as mad as I am about it, because like chaos smoothies is something that's representing me, but it's also representing you. So you should be just as mad as I am, because I put my everything in it. Like, they think that those happenings that happened like last night, I'm like, I didn't do that for nothing. So you gotta put all into it just the same way as I am. And I don't think, like, I think it's people out there that could work for Chaos Smoothies, but I'm just not gonna have anybody working for me. Like, and that's just that. So when I find people that I can trust, like, working for me, then yeah, I'll have the store, because I'm not hiring just anybody. It's gonna be like Chick-fil-A hiring process. You're gonna have to do probably like 4 or 5 interviews.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I'll have a store when I can like really establish that future plans. Like I said, I wanted to do protein smoothies, like an athletic thing. I might start milkshakes again, because I before like when I first started, I did smoothies and milkshakes. But like I just found like doing smoothies like better, because I'm always like that fruity girl. Like, milkshakes not. I like doing milkshakes, but like smoothies got my heart. So um yeah, I'll probably start doing those again. Probably start, like, when this is all over, probably start vending again. Because I was vending at events before, so probably start vending again. I also wanted this is something I really want to do, is like figure out a way to ship smoothies, because I don't know how many people I had people from Tennessee, Florida, like different things like that wanting smoothies from me. So I'm like, I gotta try to figure out how I can get to other people too, because like I can't stay in Baltimore, just Baltimore forever. That's not like growing. Like, a lot of people in different states know about HeartSmiles. I want a lot of people to know about chaos movies. Like, if it could be worldwide, I want it to be like that too. So those are like my future plans. Did I miss
That is
anything?
awesome. No, that's good. And our time, and I gotta get Miss Simone questions and too. I know. I'm gonna ask you this one last one from the chat. If you could answer this within 30 seconds, then we're gonna let Miss Simone ask her question. But Isis says, with where you are now, what would you tell your past version of yourself when you first started your business? That is a very important question.
I would say be your own support system, because, like I said, like everybody wasn't supporting me from the break, and like that kind of probably held my progress up, because like sometimes I would stop smoothies and everything because I didn't feel like people would support me. So like consistency was a problem with me back then, and like I wasn't also like when I was working, I wasn't pacing myself. Like sometimes I do that now, but not as often. And I would tell myself to pace myself, and I also would say be my own support system.
Dang, that's awesome. She said maybe ship the mix and let people make their own.
I
The
like it.
chaos movie mix. Yeah, that's a great suggestion. Miss Simone, we gotta get your questions in, man, because our time, our time.
I know. Okay, Kim, I'll say both. You pick whichever one you want. Because I still
Okay.
got to tell you, I'm just so proud of you.
Yes.
Seriously, Kim. Like, that word isn't even enough. I'm trying to think of other words or say it in a different language because I can't even say it enough. But you're doing the things, all the things, and keep going and shining because KR Smooth is going to be everywhere. Okay, these are the two questions that I have. The first one is, how do being a part of organizations like Heart Smiles and stuff help you as a business owner and other entrepreneurs? And when I think about businesses, and especially in our community, like Black businesses, I want us to collaborate more. So how do you think youth can stop taking a competition mindset and more of a collaboration mindset? And like, how have you done that? So either one. So sorry. That's a lot.
I'll go with the collaboration one. So like I'm always looking for ways to collab. Like me and Bree was gonna do like Mother's Day baskets together. Like we did, both of us did like Valentine's Day baskets, but of course they were different. So before we were thinking about doing collab, like after we saw each other's work and everything, and that's like one example of how I do it. But I feel like a lot of people need to know like you can't make all the money. Like all the money just not going to be coming to you. So like why not work with somebody and then like it kind of also like takes a little pressure off your shoulders too when you're working with someone. It like y'all doing it together. It's not something that you're doing by yourself. And I also have to learn that like you can't always do things by yourself, do every role. So that's where like collaboration comes in. There's always like room for people to grow. Like I got a strawberry smoothie. It's called Big Red because of Miss Joni, or the HeartSmiles Red. So like it's just always ways to collab. Like I got my nails done. I could always keep getting my nails done by the same girl, Caused by CC on Stay On Her, and just keep holding my smoothies because if you notice, you see my nails in every smoothie. Like with every smoothie that I post, you see my nails. So that's another way to collab. Like getting my nails done by the same person all the time. So it's just always ways. You just gotta be creative with it.
That is awesome. We need your jewel, Cam. We need your jewel.
Dang, I said a lie. But
it's good.
I would say once you no, I'm gonna say stick to your word, hold yourself accountable if you're gonna be in business, because a lot of people don't realize like everything that you say, it affects like how people view things. Like if you one day you having a bad day and you tell your customers a certain thing, or your customer service not on point like it usually is, like people take that into consideration. So when you say stuff, do it that way. And if you're doing like do your customer service, like be consistent, and like just hold yourself accountable for everything that you do. If you say you gotta go, make sure you accomplish that goal and do everything that you need to do to accomplish it.
Yeah. Yeah. Miss Simone, what you dropping on us, man, on this Good Friday?
I was gonna say, invest in your dreams and yourself because it impacts so many lives in a great way.
Yeah. Yeah. Yo, great session, Cam. You killed it as always. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Y'all, we got Miss LaShonda coming up in 3 minutes, right at 11. We're going to continue this mental health conversation. Miss Simone, we see you on Monday. Have a great weekend.
Hey, have a good weekend. Be safe. Love y'all.
You too. See you, Cam. Hey, y'all, we about to get this mental health conversation on and popping on this good old Friday. But real quick, we got the Lieutenant Governor coming back to do part two of his success session on the 21st, on May 21st. Guess who's going to facilitate that? Jamira and Kamaya success sessions. Y'all two are going to facilitate that. Had a whole lot of people raise their hand and say that they wanted to do it. We had all girls though. Not one boy said that they wanted to facilitate it. So Jamira, Kamaya Success Sessions, y'all two get together and I'm going to get with y'all. We're going to figure that situation out. And also let me know if y'all can get a boy in the mix with y'all. All right, let's bring on Miss LaShonda though, y'all. Let's get this thing popping, y'all. Mental health, man. It's been a powerful week. I'm super excited about this. Super duper excited. Thank you, Isis. Hey, Miss LaShonda.
Good morning.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. You got the whole scripture behind you. We're going to have to read that later so we can see what that's about. How you feeling today on this Good Friday?
I'm feeling awesome. I'm feeling amazing. Awesome. I'm so glad to be here with you. Yes, with everyone.
Awesome. We're so glad to have you here. I don't know if you heard, but everybody before you, banger, 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 banger. So we're looking forward to the Friday finale with you.
Oh my gosh. Yes, I do know. I've been watching and I'm like, oh my gosh, why did I pick Friday? I should have did it on like Wednesday.
It's all good. We are so happy to have you.
I'm so excited. Yeah.
But our time is never, ever, ever enough. So we're going to kind of just like get right into it. This is actually my first time meeting you. So I'm excited to get to learn a little bit too.
Yeah, me too. Joni, I feel like we have kindred spirits. Like I could feel your energy through the email. And I'm like, oh my gosh, she's just like me. I was like, wait, maybe I should just tone it down just a little bit because I don't want to like scare her away. But I was just like, wow. Like I love your energy. I just love the flow of the work, everything that you're doing. So yeah, this is amazing.
Man, thank you so much. And look, this is how you know I'm doing too much. I sent your email to the wrong LaShonda. I was like, good thing I copied Dr. K on my stuff. Dr. K just be helping me out all the time. I sent it to the wrong LaShonda.
No worries. I was like, it's another LaShonda. I get so excited when I hear somebody else has the same name. I'm like, oh, man, cool. Yeah.
It's crazy. So, Miss LaShonda, can you start off with just like a little introduction? And if you've been watching, you already know our heartbeats, they like all the tea. So spill a little bit of tea on, just kind of like your life journey. And I'm really interested in getting to this topic around, just like coping skills and the stigma around mental health, because that's so big.
Yeah. So I am not from Maryland. I'm actually from New Haven, Connecticut, which is a hood in Connecticut. A lot of people think, there's no hoods in Connecticut. Like, it's just all white people out there, but no. I grew up in New Haven. I was born and raised there, and I came to Maryland I think I've been in Maryland for about 14 years now. So, yeah. So, growing up, I grew up in a family where it was like a million of us. Like I have a million cousins, big, large, extended family, lots of aunts and uncles, and and I grew up just always because I was the first of my mom's children. It's just me and my sister, and then I'm the first grandchild. So I felt like growing up, I had a lot of responsibility. And because I was the oldest, I always had to, look out for the little ones, or I had to be the strong one, or I had to be the leader in a lot of situations. So I grew up being like very independent. Strong religious background, sometimes a little too rigid. And just kind of like being in situations where I was seeing the differences between what it meant to be Black and what it meant to be white, and fairness, and inequality, and inequity. And a lot of that has shaped how I kind of move and navigate through life now, and even as a child. So that's part of what led me to social work. Initially, I wanted to be a fashion designer. So
Wow.
yeah,
Wow.
yeah. But my mom, she said, "You ain't gonna make no money doing that." And I was like, "Okay." She was like, "Yeah, you need to go to school, education, education, education." So yeah, so I went to college right out of high school, and it took me a minute because I was playing around for a little bit. I wasn't that serious about school at first because I kind of just didn't know exactly what I wanted to do, except for I did know I did want to be a fashion designer. And
Yeah.
so my dreams of that was kind of crushed. But I went in, so I really took some time to think about what it is that I want to do. And so I kind of grew up like helping others. Like I said, always being in a place where I had to be responsible and be the leader. And so social work kind of fit in, but I changed my major about 5 times before
Wow.
in undergrad. Yeah. Before I came to that conclusion. And and now looking back on that, I'm like, that was all right. I was nervous and I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna make it because I keep changing my major, but it was the right thing for me to do because I like to feel things out and see if it's a good fit for me. And if it's not, then I got to cut my losses and keep moving. So yeah, so I finally landed on social work because that felt the most natural for me. And in hindsight, now when I look at it, I really feel like social work, I was really called to it and led towards it because I was searching for healing.
Mm.
Um, Not just healing, for myself, but also healing in my family, healing in my community and the things that I saw growing up. And I was like, man, like, it's gotta be a different way or a better way for us. There's gotta be a way for us to be able to talk about things and heal from a lot of the trauma and things that I saw and experienced growing up. So that's
Yeah.
me in a nutshell. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's cool. Q wants to know what made you stay in Maryland, and I guess I want to add on to that question along that same lines. Like, what made you want to come to Baltimore? Like, anytime people come to Baltimore, I'm just like, wow.
Yeah. So so I came to Maryland. My husband and I, our children were very young then. They're 16, 17, and 22. But back then they were very young. Um, and my husband and I just kept saying there's gotta be more to this than just Connecticut. There's gotta be more to it outside of that. And there was a few things that played into us leaving. One was the death of my uncle. That really, he was a very strong figure in our family, and we all, like, our family pretty much, like, I lived in a housing project I grew up in a housing project until I was like 17. And then when I moved out from there, um, we always lived with family. We would live in 2 or 3 family homes, and it would be like on one floor to be, like our family, and then my cousins and my aunts and my uncles would be on another floor. So our families were always like very close knit and tight. And so when my uncle passed away, it was the first time that I had really experienced like the death of someone that I had spent time with day in and day out all the time.
Mm.
And it just got to a point where it kind of felt unbearable, um, to even look across the street because then after we moved out of that house where my uncle lived and my cousins and my aunt, we moved right across the street into another house. And so
Wow.
it kind of became a little unbearable. And then there was this opportunity, because I'm a Sagittarius, so I love to explore any
Oh
adventure,
my
anything.
gosh. December.
So I'm on it. I'm like, you tell me about something. I'm like, yeah, I want to go. I want to do it. And so part of that, it was kind of like processing, well, really not processing like the death of my uncle and what that meant to our family. And then also kind of having an opportunity to say, you know what, let's go somewhere else and see what it's like. My husband has family down here in Maryland. And so we moved down here. We've been down here ever since. Now, honestly, Maryland was going to be a pit stop for us. We were thinking, oh, we'll just stop in Maryland and we'll head on down to North Carolina. But I have to say, I love it here. I really, really do. It's so much culture here that I feel free, like I'm able to really express and be who I am unapologetically. I've worked in DC, and I'm working in Baltimore now, and so it's just giving me an opportunity to be back, like in the community, like with my people. So I think that is what has kept us here for so much longer, and I'll be trying to get other people to come down here. My sister has come down here twice and left.
I don't blame her. She went to West Baltimore and was out. Was like, I'm done.
Yeah, but yeah, so yeah, that's pretty much why we've stayed, because it's just the culture here is so rich, and it gives us an opportunity to connect back to a community which felt very home for us.
Yeah, that's important. Elder wants to know, do you ever regret giving up on your passion? That's a great question.
Yeah. You know, I have, it's interesting because this comes up every now and then, and sometimes I think about it, and even as I go, even though I'm a therapist and a social worker, I go to therapy. My husband and I do couples counseling, and so this comes up for me often in therapy, I will say. It's even come up in supervision.
Wow.
And so, yeah, but I think so. I do. I feel like that passion is still in me. I have ways in which I'm a very creative person. So whether or not it's clothing, maybe it might be cooking, maybe it might be writing, maybe it might be things that I'm doing with my kids. Maybe it's ways in how I express how I do my hair sometimes. Like the way my family will tell you, I go through so many different ways with my hair. I think I'm taking a fashion out on my hair sometimes. But I think about it sometimes, and I think about going back to it. And one thing I want to say is that I don't think anybody is ever too old or too young to pursue, your dream. If that's something that you really want to do, I think you should definitely pursue it. So I have been thinking about Elder. I have been thinking about getting me a sewing machine.
Wow.
Put me some things back together. Yeah.
Oh man, that's too cool. My mom is into all that stuff now in her retired life. Like that's all she do. She don't buy nothing no more. She sew everything.
Yeah,
Like,
because sometimes you just get to a point you go like lately I've gone in, well, not lately, but um before COVID-19, I'll go in the store, I get so disappointed. I'm like, this does not represent me. Like this shirt or this this skirt or whatever, like it doesn't represent me. So yeah, I'm finding my way because I get frustrated. Like I'm finding my way back to that dream. So yeah, I might be
yeah,
creating my own stuff.
I know that's right. Bree says, when you first came to Baltimore, how did you feel? Like what was different here than where you were coming from? That's a good
Yeah.
question.
So this is what I want to say. I used to say this all the time, like, I grew up, I grew up in New Haven, and I grew up in an area where it was I really didn't know this, and I wasn't, I was a part of, that environment, but I didn't know that the things like people were saying about it was like it's dangerous to go there, don't be there after a certain time, or don't, you can't be on this street, or you can't do
Because of
this.
racism or just in general?
Just in general, because it was a lot of violence. It was drugs. It was, I, saw my friends, in situations that were very scary sometimes. And so, but that never, it never really occurred to me that I was like in those situations. So I never felt unsafe in my neighborhood and where I grew up. And so I just feel I carry that with me wherever I go. And so wherever I go, wherever I make home, like that is home for me. Um, and then I had to think about, it's like, okay, but when you go somewhere else and you don't know anybody, like how do you get to feel comfortable in that space? And so for me, being in Baltimore, it was just like it felt like home, because I was just like, these are where this is where like my people are. This is what I'm used to. This is how I grew up. And so Baltimore just felt like home to me, just like DC felt like home to me when I was there. I felt embraced by the people. I felt loved by the people. And so I had other experiences where I had been places in Connecticut where I didn't feel welcome, and that had a lot to do with racism. It had a lot to do with the differences in um, you know, socioeconomic, and um, who has this amount of money and who doesn't, and who gets to live here and who doesn't. So it's very familiar. I feel like in comparison to where I grew up, Baltimore is very familiar to me.
Yeah. Q says, what do you hope to accomplish in your field, or do you feel like you've already reached that goal?
No, I haven't. So this is what I would say about the field of social work. It is so very broad, and that's what I love about it. It's
Mm,
so many different things that you can do, that you can be. Um, so I've been in the field for approximately, so it'll be 20 years now.
wow.
I graduated with my BSW, which is a bachelor's in social work, and I didn't get my master's until I actually moved here. I got my master's from the University of Maryland School of Social Work. So so I started out as a case manager right after grad school, and I worked with individuals who um, were diagnosed with severe mental illness, and they were young adults. They were between like the ages of 18 and 21, and they were transitioning out of foster care, or transitioning out of homes with their parents, but they wanted to live independently. And that that solidified really the work for me, like why my passion grew so much for social work, because the young people just really wanted to feel like they belong there. They wanted to feel like they were normal, and that they could be a part of this community. And we were in a suburban part of Connecticut. Parts of our program was, and then there was some parts that was in the city. But yeah, so it started out there. Then I moved here, and then I've been able to work with survivors of domestic violence and sexual assault. I've been able to work with individuals with disabilities and developmental disabilities and intellectual disabilities. I've worked in
Mm,
DC with youth young people in foster care. Oh gosh, what else? Right now, I'm working in Baltimore City. I'm working with families, helping parents and grandparents to meet just the basic needs, and providing therapy, counseling services to families here in Baltimore City. I've worked for, goodness gracious, I've worked for housing authorities here. So I've had an opportunity to do a lot of like community-based social work. And I really love engaging and working with people. And so, and now I'm actually, the other thing I'm doing is working with graduate students. And so providing field instruction, and teaching too. So I'll be teaching this semester. This will be my first time
Wow.
teaching.
Congrats.
Yeah. I was a student in Professor Howard's class a few years back.
Mr.
Yeah,
Orwin.
yeah.
Wow.
So yeah, shout out to Professor Howard. Yeah. So I don't know, like I'm really into the teaching part of it now, as I see myself kind of like growing and evolving in the field. I'm really loving that aspect of it. I get to teach seminars to graduate students at where I'm working at now, and so and helping to nurture the growth of future social workers. That is like so important to me right now.
I know that's
So
right.
I can't say that I've reached my goal. I will say that when I was younger, like in my 20s, when I was starting out, I was like, social work seems like it's going to be real stressful. So um, I'm going to retire at 40. That was my goal. I was going to retire from social work at 40. And at that time, I had started a business with my two aunts. And we were doing wedding coordination. And so I was like, I'm gonna retire at 40 from social work and do wedding coordination full time for the rest, for the rest of my life. But
Didn't work out.
I'm falling deeper and deeper in love with social work. So
That is awesome. We're glad to have you. And you're gonna be one of the mentors for the
I
Healing
am.
Center Youth. Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
asking. You know what? Forget I
Yes.
said that. We'll know. No, you crazy. Jamira says, how was the social work program at your university, and how well did it help you get a job in social work once you finished? That's a good question.
Yeah. So okay, so I went to two different universities. So I would say when I got my master's in social work, which was 5 years ago, so I have been in the field for a very long time prior to getting my master's. Um, and just so I'll go off my experience from my master's. So I got my master's from the University of Maryland, and it's evolving. Um, I felt like when I was there, because the University of Maryland is a traditionally white institution. Um, and I had gone previous to going to University of Maryland, I had already went to another traditionally white institution. So I have not had the privilege of going to a HBCU. And so I think that was the piece that I was really, really missing and searching for when I went to the University of Maryland, was that piece of how to really, really prepare social workers to go out in the field and to work with individuals who are marginalized or disenfranchised. And I grew up that way. I was one of those individuals. I still am as a Black person, the things that we experience still keep us marginalized and disenfranchised because of the structural oppression and institutional racism. And so because I already had that experience, I was very thankful and grateful, because then I can go into the community and so it wasn't all book wise, I could use my experiences. So I think that is what really supported my growth. But I think it really took a lot on my part independently to really know and understand who I am, what do I want to do, who do I want to serve? That was a lot of growing and evolving on my part that I had to do. And really, to be honest with you, school really did not prepare me for that. It prepared me in a way to understand theory, social work practice, how to provide certain treatments and things of that nature. It prepared me in that sense. But even in that, I have to be honest, all of the things that we really learn from that perspective in a traditionally white institution is very whitewashed. So we're learning about, what older white men said, this is, this is how you should treat this specific mental illness, or this is what you should do. And so I think it's very, very important for anyone who is going into the field of social work, especially a person of color, and to really do your own research, get to know get to know Black researchers, get to know Black people who are doing the same work, and who also have different approaches to treatment. Because if you are going to be working in a urban environment or in the inner city, you have to know that. And so I think, so part of my purpose, I feel like now, is to really help and support not only Black students, and the way that I support that is by being representative, like being there. So they say, okay, yeah, there's somebody else here that looks like me. But also and helping and supporting white students to understand what it means to go into urban environment and work with a Black family, or work with Black youth, or work with, like, that's so important, because you don't have that experience, and you need to know what it means to walk into a space before you start taking up space. So yeah.
Yeah, no, that's important. Thank you for getting that out there.
Yeah.
Ania says, have you ever thought about getting more involved in the juvenile justice system, especially in the girls program FIT, including Waxters?
So I have, sometimes I feel like, because I'm a parent and I have a 17-year-old daughter and a 16-year-old teenage son, and I've worked with youth, and I got a 22-year-old son too. But I've worked with youth on the foster care side. I feel like sometimes I do, like, sometimes the work does cross in that way, where I have to say, honestly, I get so afraid for our young people, just because of the way Black people are viewed in this country, period. I mean, just think about the young man who was killed in February, Ahmaud Arbery, and you can't even walk down the street. You look a certain way, I mean, and you're being profiled. It could be your life. And so I feel like, gosh, yeah, that piece of me, that part of me still kind of shows up in the work on the preventative side, and like kind of helping to support young people on trying to stay safe, but also not just trying to stay safe, but also knowing, know your rights, like know that you are valuable, and you are, your life is, you're worthy, you deserve to be here, you belong here. So also knowing that part of it too. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a hard situation. That's a hard situation.
Yeah.
My heart is completely broken for that family, that young man. Taylor says, can you talk about your thoughts on youth mental health?
Yeah. So I could speak a little bit from my own experience, and what it was like growing up for me, and especially like with not being able to really express your feelings. A lot of times especially in the Black family, you know, we have all these secrets, and you know, we're not talking about what is happening. You know, we have that saying, don't go tell nobody your business. You know, what happens in this house stays in this house. And you better not go out there telling nobody what's going on in this house.
That's
Um,
facts.
and I think that, so I think, and I heard you all talking about like chemical imbalances and like and things like, you know, in the environment, you know, it's a whole bunch of things that's like happening. Sometimes mental illness could be situational. You know, you can find yourself in a certain situation or circumstance that can have you feeling very depressed or feeling anxious. And so I think, you know, it's very, very important to be able to have an outlet where you're able to open up and to share and to express how you feel, to be able to know that you're worthy, to take up that space, and that somebody is willing to listen to you. And it doesn't matter what it is that you have to say, even if you think, oh, this might sound crazy, like in your head, but you know, get it out there. If you trust someone to hold that space for you, you know, share and open up and express how you feel, because I think that's one of the main things. We don't really ask people, how are you doing? You know, we don't ask the young people, how are you doing? How, you know, how are you
We don't care
feeling
about the
today?
answer.
Yeah,
Yeah,
or we might,
yeah,
you're right, Miss Joni. We
yeah.
might say, how you doing, and keep walking.
I
Well,
see that all the time.
what do you mean? No, how are you doing? And you stay and you listen to the response. Because
Yeah.
sometimes we really don't even want to know, because we're like, oh God, they're about to tell me something. No, you need to be there. You need to hold the space. Young people need to know that there are people that are willing to hold the space for them, and that they are allowed, and that they are more than worthy to take up that space. So I think that's another piece of it. It's like, I don't know if I'm worthy enough to even, does that person really want to hear what I have to say? Um, and so, you know, and then when you do get to that point where you're able, somebody's like, yeah, I want to listen to you. How are you feeling? And they sit and they listen. It's almost like, oh, I don't know what to say now. Or I really don't know how to get this out, and how to really express what I'm feeling. I don't know how to put words to that. So that might take some time and some practice.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think, you know, there's so many things going on today in our environment, in our day-to-day life, just the stressors that we have, that we need to sit down and we need to talk about it. We need to express how we're feeling.
Oh, you better say that, Miss LaShonda. Um, Maya wants to know, do you ever get homesick? And Ari wants to know, have you been challenged with mental health problems yourself on a personal level? If you don't mind sharing.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Important questions.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The homesickness has made me have some mental sickness. That goes back to, you know, sometimes it's situational. I've never. So let me answer the first question. So yes, I have gotten homesick. The first couple of times, the first few years, I was here, I must have went home like every other month. It takes literally, like, I can get to Connecticut in 4.5 hours, sometimes 3, which don't
Driving?
nobody drive.
Yo,
Yeah, yeah. So yeah. So 4.5 hours, 6 at the max. Like if I'm like in some traffic, but yeah, so I could get back and forth very quickly. And that probably was another reason why I didn't just go to North Carolina, because I was like, I don't, that might be too far. Um, but then I got to a place where I started to really evolve within myself, and really started to um, build the supports around me that I needed here. And again, going back to feeling more at home in the spaces that I was in, helped me to really start to like uh, get roots here. So that kind of cured the homesickness. And then the part about, you know, dealing with mental illness, um, for myself, yes. So I've never been diagnosed. I will say I've never been diagnosed. I probably diagnosed myself more than anybody, because I have all the tools and I know all of all of the different symptoms. I have I have used therapy as a way to heal myself. And that's part of the reason why I got into the field of social work, because part of like the way that I grew up and things that happened to me kind of shaped the way that I felt about myself. And so um I really suffer from having very low self-esteem, or kind of like vacant self-esteem, and not really feeling like I was worthy. Um, and it, a lot of that had to do with like attention, just not really, especially with so many other like folks and family and things happening. And, I just kind of felt like I got lost in the sauce. And so that really deeply affected me. I do believe that I've never been diagnosed, but I have experienced depression. Um, and my response to dealing with environments that I've been in where there's been a lot of like high anxiety, I see the way in how I cope with anxiety today. So when I see people getting like really revved up or anxious, I see how I respond to that. And I really can go into a place where I'm just kind of like shutting down and kind of just like calming and like kind of like retreating, kind of like pulling back. And so, I've learned these things about myself, as I've learned, you know, things in social work and in the field, but also really just taking some time to tune into myself and to really see like what's going on with you, like how are you feeling. So yeah, I've dealt with depression. I've had family members um, who have also dealt with mental illness as well. Yeah.
Oh. Maya says that one of her fallback careers is social service. Could you talk about what the hardest part of that work is?
Yeah. Mm. I think the hardest part, I will say now for me, the hardest part of the work is really seeing how structural oppression and um, institutional racism, internalized inferiority, internalized superiority, how that all really impacts people of color, um, how that really impacts Black people, and how we are, I feel like as social workers, we're just kind of like putting band-aids on wounds, and we're not really getting to the root of the issue, which is the what is causing the urban poverty, what is causing urban, generational trauma, what is causing all of these things. We're not getting to the root issue of it. And so I laugh about this sometimes in my seminars, because in every seminar I just can't, like I can't, I'm on the edge of my seat, and even if someone else is teaching, I have to connect whatever we're talking about back to slavery. It has to be it has to be connected back to institutional racism and structural oppression. It has to be connected back to that, because I'm a very, very inquisitive person, and that's another reason why I got into social work. I'm always trying to figure out why. And so I need to know what is the root cause of the issue, because if I don't know what the root cause of the issue, all I'm gonna, if it, like, take for example, there was this story that I heard about these people. They kept it was this like this water coming, or I'm sorry, I'm getting mixed up. I got too many stories in my head. I think
That's
these
okay.
people kept these people kept jumping into like this pool or something, and they were like drowning, but like, and I might have this all messed up, but what was happening was, if there was someone there at the, at the edge of where the source of the pool was, to tell people, no, don't jump into that pool because you're going to drown, instead of trying to wait until they get into the pool and then you jump in and you're trying to pull them out. To me, the root cause of it is, let's get the people in the beginning. Let's talk about like what is happening, how did this happen, and let's talk about how we can change that. So I think that is like the hardest thing right now in social work, because we can talk about reducing all the symptoms we want, right? We can talk about, this is what you need to do. Take this medication, and I'm not saying, I'm not against medication. If you need medication, take medication. But we're just doing everything we can to stop the symptoms and reduce symptoms, but we're not really treating the root cause. We're not doing that. So if I'm working with your family and you're saying, you don't have enough to pay for your rent. Okay, if I pay the rent this month, you might still have if our program helps to pay the rent this month, you still might have another problem next month. So I think as social workers, we need to get to the root cause of the issues. I think that's been the hardest part, is seeing people still suffering because of racism, because of inequality, because of redlining. You're only going to live, you can only live in this certain district. You can't go outside of this area. Being marginalized and disenfranchised, we need to be working against that and disrupting that. And I think that's the hardest part.
Yeah. No, you made a lot of great important points. Taylor wants to know, how often do you witness people in the public with mental health issues, just through your everyday, like talking to them or seeing how they act?
Yeah, so in the beginning, when I first when I in my very early 20s, I was working with individuals who are like the same age as me, and they were living independently. And I would help them with everything I could to help them to feel, to integrate into the community, because prior to coming to our program, they would be in group homes, or, not really able to kind of just like live their lives. And so my job was to really support them with integrating in the community and feeling like they belong. And I worked with some young people who have really severe mental illness, like schizophrenia. They were diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. And so a lot of times, folks, it would be, the experience would be, I felt like I was so passionate about that. And I wanted them, because for me growing up, I needed to feel like, somewhere where I belonged too. And so I felt like that was so important for them. And so we would go to the movies, we would go out, we would do all these things. We would go out to, what do you call those? All you can eat buffets. We did everything together. That was my job, to make sure that they were living their best life. And the stares we would get from people, like, is there something wrong with that person? And I would look back at them like, is there something wrong with you? Because, we're all human beings, and there's no, we should not place a value, and there should not be no human hierarchy where there's somebody better than somebody else. Just because you may be struggling with mental illness doesn't mean that you don't belong here, or you're not a part of, you don't deserve to be a part of this community, or to come in this store, or to go to this beach. I mean, if you were diagnosed with diabetes, nobody would say to you, oh, you look crazy, you can't come in this store. I mean, no. So I've always had that stance. And it'd be some times when some symptoms would show up in public with some of the folks that I work with, and we just have to work through it. And back then, being young, I was just like, come on, listen, we're gonna have to, and I've had some experiences. I've had some experiences where, where I had to really, the part of me, that's why I say, college can't prepare you for everything. Some of your experiences really have to kick in and really have to, that shapes who you are and how you're going to handle a situation. And so, yeah, I mean, there's been some situations where things could have got out of control, but knowing that I wanted the best for that person was always front and center. And so no matter how crazy it might have looked, we're gonna work through this because it could happen to anybody.
Yeah. No, and that's so true. This is a powerful question from Isis. Isis says, how do you see society operating if the Black community was at the top of structural power in America? Whew. Whew. Let me pour you a cup of water for that.
We will make Wakanda for real.
Right.
Yeah.
That's deep.
That is deep. What would I see? You know what? We are such a loving and forgiving group of people. We really, really are. That if we were at the forefront and we were leading things, I really see that we would be very, like, there would not be any inequality. We would know, because we know how to share, we know how to support, we know how to have each other's backs. We know how to do that. We're very Afrocentric in the way that we move and navigate in the world. We're very, we do things as a family. We're not individualistic. So it would be very, it would, oh gosh, that would be a dream come true. But to see us leading would mean that everybody would have a fair chance, is really how I could sum that up. Like there wouldn't be any people on the margins of society. And really, to be honest with you, we influence so much of the dominant culture anyway. It's just because of colonization that we have not been able to take the credit for it. But really, like everything that we have done, has already shown up as for us as leaders. It's just because of internalized superiority that people think that they have, that they have the privilege and the right to say that we are, as people of color, that we are inferior, is why we can't, our leadership in these areas or in anything, it's very hard to be able to get a role in that way or to be accepted in that way. So that's a great question.
A great question.
I want to journal on that later. I want to think some more about that later. I think,
For sure. Man, our time is winding down, but I definitely want to get in some more of these questions. Aldo, please make sure you get all the questions that I don't get to ask. Ania has a great question for you. Her question is, being a parent of teenagers, how do you mix your work knowledge and just being a parent of knowing your children by not putting them in the box?
Yeah. I think, so one thing I will say, and hopefully I think my children will agree with this. One of the things, so let me just say first, as a parent, I am also reparenting myself, which means that I am deschooling or like coming away from some of the things that I learned growing up and how a parent should respond or react to or parent their children. And so, and not that all of the things, the way that I was parenting was wrong, but it's just that I'm choosing to do something different with my children that feels good to me, that feels good to my soul, feels good, for our whole entire family. And so one of those things is really just like checking in with my children. And this is something I think even if I wasn't a social worker, I would still grow towards wanting to do this. But my work as a social worker has really influenced how I parent as well. Because I think if I had not, I want my children to feel free. I want them to feel like they can come and they can talk to me about anything. And sometimes I take it a little too far. Because sometimes I bring up stuff and they're like, well, whoa, wait a minute. We're not ready. We're just not ready. And I'm like, well, because sometimes I'm a little too ready and they're just like, could you pump the brakes on that? Because I don't want to talk about that. And so, but again, going back to being who I am too, and wanting to be that, that open person. So my daughter, who is 17, she came out when she was in the 8th grade, I think it was. Around the 8th grade, she came out and she said that she was gay. And I was just like,
In middle school?
oh, yes. She's in middle school. Yeah, yeah. And, again, I came from a very rigid religious background. We were straight up Pentecostal. You couldn't wear you had to wear stockings, slits, everything to church. You couldn't do nothing. And so for my children, I had to learn how to reparent myself in a way where I'm not going to not love my child or judge my child or say, or my relationship is going to change with my child because she said, I'm gay, like this is who I am. And as she started to change and, really started to express herself in the way that she wanted to, I had to I had to say to myself, I love her. Like there's no way in the world, ain't no preacher, ain't no family member is gonna tell me something's wrong with my child, and I need no. So, and that helps. I think our bond is so tight for that, and because of that. And I give them the space. Now their father, he is still like very, very old school, and we've been together for like forever. So I'm helping him to change. He gotta get it together too. But yeah, I'm the parent that I'm like, come on, let's talk about it. You don't feel like talking about it? It's okay. I'm still here. And we'll do this in your time and when you're ready. I want it for my kids to feel like whatever's good for them and what feels right for them, that's what's, good for them. So
Yeah.
hopefully
Wow.
I answered
That's
that.
powerful. No, you definitely did. And that example was amazing. Absolutely. We really only have time for one more question. So I'm gonna skip
Okay.
down some
I'm
because
sorry, I'm talking too much.
no, you good. It's good stuff. But I think this is a great question from Q, and it's applicable, especially for the young folks who are listening. She says, what techniques do you use in crisis interventions?
Yeah. So during crisis intervention, one of the things that's very important is to really be able to assess like where the person is at in the crisis, because before you even start to engage in any technique, because this is, I would say, where my hand is like baseline, right? This is where a person is at all the time, where their mood is kind of like stable and they're steady. But as they start to go up on a curve, right? If they get to the top of the curve, they've gotten to a place where they are just, it's almost like you can't get through to them. And so you have to know, what to say and what to do at each stage of a person's, crisis. And so before they so it's very important to be able to use like calming techniques, some talk therapy, things you can do prior to them getting all the way up to that top part where they just can't hear you for a minute. And so some of the things that I do to help people calm down, and even for myself when I'm, feeling like really frustrated and upset, is breathing. Like breathing is something that you can control. Nobody can take that away from you. You can walk away and do that on your own. You can sit with somebody and do it and just take deep breaths just to, calm yourself down. And then give your brain some oxygen, and give yourself some time and some space to think. But when a person is all the way up here, and I just make sure that they're safe. So they're not in a situation. So I'll just sit, I'm quiet, and I just observe. And you can say whatever you want to say. You can yell, you can scream, you can do whatever, as long as I'm making sure that you're staying safe. Because I've been in situations where clients have destroyed property, thrown things, and so so let's just try and make sure you're safe. And then as we start to get you down, once you start to come down, because eventually you get tired, you're exhausted from all of the energy and everything that you're going through during the crisis, you start to come down. And as you come down, that's when you can begin to talk to that person. And that will be the time when you can actually, ask them, what could you have done differently? But you wouldn't say that on the other side of it, So you're trying to get them from getting up here, but if you can't, you just stay there, you help them to stay safe. Sometimes you might need to you might need reinforcement, and that is, you might need the support of another worker. There's been times when I've needed support from like EMTs, or like I've had to call 911. There has been times I've had to do that. In those situations, I've had to really have a clear communication with the person that is coming to support me, that this person, and at that point, they must have been at risk to harm themselves or harming somebody else, is the only time when I would involve, other people. But yeah, that's pretty much what I would do, like in a crisis. Sometimes people just need to get it out, and you just need to sit and be supportive. Yeah.
No, that's great information, and I appreciate that. Man, I swear our time is never, ever, ever enough, but this conversation was amazing. It wouldn't be right, though, if I didn't ask you the very last question that we always ask everybody.
Yeah.
Your jewels. If you had to leave
Yes.
us with some jewels, Miss LaShonda, what are you leaving us with?
So I'm gonna leave you with a quote from Audre Lorde that I love. Audre Lorde she is now passed on, but she was an activist and a Black woman, poet, author. The quote that I love the most is, "If I don't define myself for myself, I will be crunched alive." And wait a minute, hold on. See, I'm gonna get this wrong, and I'm not gonna mess her up. Not today.
No, we gotta make sure we get that right.
And we're gonna get this right. I was on the right track. So if I didn't define myself for myself, I will be crunched into other people's fantasies and eaten alive. And so I want to leave that with you, because it is so important in any work or anything that you do. Know yourself. That takes a whole lifetime and journey as you continue to evolve and you continue to grow. But it's so important for you to define yourself for yourself, because you are going to take yourself on the path and the journey that you want to be on with the creator. And so you and the creator want to co-create that together, right? And yes, there may be some people that's going to support you and lead you along that path. But you got to know what's right for you. You got to know that. And that's important. So, you don't want to be crunched and eaten alive somebody else's fantasies. Define yourself for yourself. That's
Yeah,
the jewel I'm gonna leave with y'all
absolutely.
today.
Yeah, and look, I hate to bother you, but we had got a lot of comments about the wall behind you when you first came on.
Oh
So can
yeah,
you
yeah.
walk us through this wall real quick too?
Yes, I will. I will.
Powerful.
You're not bothering me at all. So I did this intentionally because I have this is my chalkboard wall. So I told you I'm a very creative person. That's one of my coping skills. I love to do like art. But on the back of my wall is it's a quote from the Virtues Project, and it's an app you can actually go on. I'm gonna actually pull it up on my phone. I'm gonna read it to you because you can't, it goes all the way up from the ceiling down to the floor.
Ooh,
But yeah, I like to draw on my wall more than my kids do. But this has been up here for a minute. Here it is. Oh, now I can't find. Let me see if I can find. Where is it? Okay. So I don't know. Oh, it's probably too much glare.
yeah.
But Miss Joni, I will send you the information for this app, but I just drew this as, so it says courage. Courage transforms fear into determination. It is embracing life fully without holding back, doing what must be done, even when it is difficult or risky. When we are tempted to give up, courage supports us to take the next step. It allows us to face adversity with confidence. Courage opens us to new possibilities and gives us the strength to sacrifice for what we love. At times, we need courage to accept the truth and to pick ourselves up after a mistake, ready to make amends and try again. Courage gives me the strength to make this journey with all of my heart. And then you flip it to the back and it says, I reach beyond my comfort zone. This is how you practice. I welcome new challenges. I do what I know is right, regardless of the cost. I face the truth with humility and openness. I don't allow fears to hold me back, and I fully accept life's invitations. So that's what's all on my wall right here.
Ooh, well, thank you so much. Yeah, because
Yeah.
so many people had commented on that. So I had to make sure that we got that out. But thank you so much for this wonderful conversation. I
Thank you.
appreciate you and looking forward to staying connected with you, Mr. Shaw.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. Yes. Thank
Thank
you
you
so
so
much for
much.
having me. You all
See
take
ya.
care. Have a
Have a
great day.
great weekend.
You too. Bye.
Bye-bye. Y'all wrapped it up. A great Friday with Miss LaShonda. Mental health, man, all week long. That was so amazing. Sorry we went over a few minutes, y'all. We're gonna get Miss Money Mo up on here, but definitely, Miss LaShonda was amazing. There she go, Miss Money Mo.
Hey,
What's up? Happy Friday.
happy Friday.
How you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm amazing. I'm blessed. I'm great. I'm wonderful.
Okay then. How's the morning been?
Exactly. It's been great. It's been great, man. Cam did her thing this morning, talking about youth entrepreneurship, walked us through um, chaos smoothies journey and all that, which was absolutely amazing. Then, of course, Miss LaShonda came on here, wrapped us up for the mental health week. So I'm excited for all of the healing centered youth leaders because now that this first week is wrapped up, you guys are going to be starting to do like your official training sessions like with your mentors. So be on the lookout for some communications from Elder, myself, potentially Dr. K, giving you guys information on when and where you got to report. It's about to be nice. Yeah, certifications coming. I can't wait.
Me too. Listen, like I said, I want to be in it low key, but it's fine. It's okay.
Man, you in it.
I mean, you know what I mean. Like I want to go through like the sessions and stuff too.
Yeah, I get you the code. You can jump in.
Listen, what's up? What's up? No, for real, I might have to do that. Hey y'all, how y'all doing on today? Do you see Amaya in the
Maya's not knocking on the doors. Y'all see that? Dr. K said emails will be coming soon. Hey, make sure y'all checking your emails. Emails coming soon. Healing Center Youth Leadership, man.
getting it started?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lamar, you cool. We already know how you do. We know you the president and the CEO.
What are these? So what positions do we have? Because we have a manager, we have a general supervisor.
Oh, you talking about in the morning? That's on Miss Simone session.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, no. We
my
got somebody in the first drive-through window. We got somebody on eggs. We got somebody on meat. We got somebody on front line. We got somebody on maintenance. We got supervisor. We got manager.
Okay. I haven't heard all of them together. I just hear supervisor and drive. I've heard the drive-through and all of that, but I haven't heard all of them together. Okay. Thank you for running it down for me. Appreciate it.
Oh yeah. We serious on that first session. Boy.
I know. Oh, I know. I log on purposely at 10 o'clock because I'll be getting joy from it too, because y'all be funny. So.
Not me. I'll be minding my business.
Everybody be funny. Everybody involved.
I mind my business. And look, we got the Lieutenant Governor coming back for part 2 on the 21st because you helped schedule that. Thank you so much. Guess who's going to facilitate?
Jamira and Kamaya.
Yes, Kamaya Success Sessions. Make sure you add that girl last name.
Success Sessions. Kamaya. Okay. Jamira and Kamaya Success Sessions.
Yes. And I want them to pick a boy to work with them too. Just so we got male representation. Yeah. But so they are, but they're gonna lead. So I'm super excited about that. Yeah. And guess what else? Guess we got coming too. I think she's coming on the 22nd. Jordan Walker. Are you familiar with her?
No, I'm not. If you could just tell me.
So Jordan is she's the teenager from Weston who got shot in her spine, like, what was it, 2 summers ago? Not last summer, but the summer before that. Okay. She got shot in her spine. And like from that, she created this whole movement called Jordan Strong. So she's going to come on as a guest on our success sessions to talk to us and give us some inspiration, because even though she's still not back to walking, like she's doing so much, like, and it's just so inspirational and so powerful. And she's so young. I want to say she only like 18 or 19, something like that. But I know, Cam, my story is so powerful. Like the whole Western came out, like when I was at the hospital, just to, kind of, talk and pay my respects or whatever, the principal of Western was there too. It was like the whole class. Hey, poet.
Hey.
What's up, baby girl?
Nothing, chilling.
Where you going at? Club quarantine?
No.
Hello.
Yeah, yo, Poet got extra pretty for us, yo. Y'all, nobody in her DMs. I'm not playing with none of y'all.
Oh my goodness.
None of that. Where's your wavy wave bonnet? Yeah. We used to bonnets and sweatsuits. We ain't used to this.
Not bonnets and sweatsuits.
No, not everybody can rock a sweatsuit like you, Miss Dummy. It's okay.
Yeah. You're so crazy, but you know what? I'm proud of you because you launched your page, right?
Mm-hmm.
Good job.
I'll be posting my first post tomorrow. Everybody look out for that. If you don't know the name of it, it's called poetic. Don't let.
It's new, y'all. Don't worry about it. It's new. It's
No,
poetic justice.
no, it's not.
Oh.
Look at you. Poetic satisfactions with the S.
Say it one more time.
Poetic satisfactions.
Okay. Poetic satisfactions.
Yes.
Okay.
It will be poetry as well as satisfying things such as playing with slime or cutting soap, whatever y'all choose, because I think that poetry is something soothing. It can be something soothing as well as something inspiring. So I just wanted to go along with the why are you looking at me like that?
Because I was trying to understand. You had me when you said, the poetic, but then you said slime and cutting soap.
Yeah, it's all about satisfaction. Like people listen to people cut soap as a way to calm down or a way of peace, and it's kind of like an addictive sound. So I want my poetry to be kind of like satisfaction, like an addictive sound.
I get it.
Oh,
So
okay.
like similar to like ASMR and like people watching like pimple popping and like cutting soap and all of that for like satisfaction. I get it.
Yeah.
I see your vision.
But that's not going to be on your page. Only
No.
poetry going to be on your page.
Yes.
Like the slime. So
The slime.
yummy.
If
So
people,
gummy. The soap. Cut
if
it.
people money, I already got some people giving me poetry to put into my page, so it's exciting for me.
Okay, bet. So you're going to be promoting other poets and stuff like that. It's going to be like a collection of poetry.
Yeah, some people want to stay anonymous, so it's just gonna be like, oh, this person gave me this. How do y'all feel about it? Do y'all like it? Yeah.
Okay.
So it's just gonna be like very smooth.
Yeah. Thank you, Kamaya Success Sessions, for putting poetic satisfactions in the comments. Yeah. So yeah, that's support, right?
Yeah, free
Let me
promo.
tell y'all something. Y'all want to know who on the rise? Kamaya Success Sessions, yo. She hit me. She saw my post about the YAG and was asking me about the YAG. And I'm like, yo, you know what? She would be perfect to be on the YAG because we need more people who are, serious about leadership and serious about doing more. Some people think that YAB is just about showing up and getting $30. Like, no, that ain't what it's about. Like, it's about being involved and being able to help make this situation in Baltimore better for our youth. And Kamaya, you've been stepping up since day one, yo. Since day one. So definitely want to come up.
Thank you, Kamai. You can send me artwork or something, and I'll post yours up. I'm posting everybody's work that's been sent to me next month, like the second week, just so I know that y'all can see the separation between my work and their work. Not that there's anything wrong with their work.
Kamaya is a poet?
No, I'm saying send me artwork or anything that you want to show
me. Yeah, I like it. I like it. So what we doing today, Miss Money Mom?
What we talking about today, Maya?
We talking about red flags. Red flags and how do you look for them and what do they look like?
And this relationships. Oh, y'all better be tagging some people on this. Cause I know a few people that need to be on this right now.
Oh Lord, here we go. Y'all, we gonna get it started up. Of course, we're gonna start off with a question, just a fun little question. So which song can you listen to or would you listen to all day long? Amaya, can you start us off? If you and everybody else answer as well.
There's this really good artist called Riley. I love all her work, but the one song I can listen to her all day is like Left for Me, because she just talks about how you can be in a relationship and you give your all to them and they'll take it, and then you just gave your all to somebody and now what's left for you? What's left for you? What's left for you? And how do you get yourself back if you gave it to somebody that wasn't worth it?
Miss Joni, thank you, Amaya, for sharing your song.
Yeah, it's a lot of songs I can listen to all day, but I would say maybe just like a few. One song I can listen to all day, TLC, Baby Baby Baby.
Yes.
I can listen to that all day. I can listen to High Five, Can't Wait Another Minute, all day. So, like, definitely won't ever have to turn those two songs off.
I love, yeah, those are good picks. Those are good picks. I have two as well because I was going back and forth. So technically that's not following directions, but
Oh,
it's
you
okay.
could have been two. Wait a minute. Okay, go
You can
ahead.
do two. Go ahead. Do your second one. Do your second one. Do your second one.
My second one would be it's by Billie Eilish. It's called Before I Let Go or something like that. Before I Leave. And I really like that song. So I would listen to that because it just reminds me to sometimes I listen to it when I'm running to let go. So it just like a part of me is letting go, but I'm still here. Like when I want to give up through that song, I do give up that part of me that wants to let go. So then when that song is done, I have to put a happy song right after it. So let me know that I'm happy to still be here.
Nice. I don't know if I should say this, but I never heard a Billie Eilish song. I know who it is, but I know who that person is, but I do not know this woman. I have never heard any of her songs. Like I can't identify her, but it's fine. Thank you for sharing that second one. Mine are very like specific songs. So the first one is PJ Morton. It's Let Go, and it's the acoustic version. He has like a whole acoustic like album, live album, and it's a gospel song. And I believe that he wrote it, but he wrote it either somebody else covered it and it became famous, or he wrote it for this particular person. I think his name is like Dwayne somebody. But anyway, it's Let Go, the acoustic version by PJ Morton. That's one song that and it's featuring the Walls group. And then the second song is actually also by somebody from the Walls group, but it's an independent project that he does. His name is Alec Walls, and it's a song called Gasoline. And it like talks about like having fuel for your dreams and like still continuing to like be determined and have encouraging people around you and stuff. So those are my two songs I could listen to every day, all day. And people, somebody's birthday.
Yes,
Happy
Naya.
birthday. It's Naya's birthday.
It's Naya's birthday, y'all. She turned 11 today. She's on her mother's account. That's why I say Jasmine, but her name is Naya, y'all. And y'all definitely got to show her a lot of love because she's like one of the youngest heartbeats, yo. She's 11. She shows up physically. Like when we were at Bloomberg, she was coming to Thriving Thursdays. Like, and she asked her mother to get her on Instagram to be on Focus Fridays. And she shows up on these sessions sometimes too, y'all. So she's 11. She need a lot of love, y'all. A lot of love.
Happy birthday, girl. I remember you because you was in my group that time and you escaped from me.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You lost the child?
I lost her because she's supposed to be what she was supposed to be.
Oh my God.
And then she took a friend with her. I was like,
okay, well she back, y'all. Happy birthday, Naya. We love you so much, baby girl. Happy birthday. All right. Some other songs we could sing, but I can't really sing that well, so we're not gonna sing. Some other songs, Rod Wave. Oh, if I hear Rod Wave's name one more time, Rod Wave, Girl in My Dreams. Bigger by Beyonce. Cam, I love that song too. Bigger by Beyonce. Brent Fayez, I don't really know how to say his last name. All the Way. Lloyd, lay it down. Wow, I haven't heard that in a long time. I like that song. I like that song. Okay, all right. I see. Let's see. Oh, Square Biz. Kamaya. Okay, Kamaya. Square Biz by Tina Marie. I like by Guy and Make Love by Brent Fayez. All right. Decades. Those are all different decades. If You Let Me by I don't know how to say her name. I don't know how to say that person's name. But yeah, If You Let Me by that person right there that Jada has said. You know how to say that person's name, Amaya?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm not on the.
yeah. La, 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 la. Let me see. Ocean Eyes by Her. Anything by Her, I'm on it. Kamaya, you pulling out the stops. I love that. Yes, Her is an amazing vocalist, artist, and just like lyricist. So yes. It's my go-to heartbreak recommendation for girls. Okay. Yes, so the raw wave, oh my goodness. So thank y'all for sharing y'all different artists and different songs. Of course, Elder Says I'm Trying by Young Elder. I can listen to any song by Young Elder all day, every day. Nah, my favorite one is actually Still Standing, not gonna lie to you. Huh? You said all day. Y'all can't see Miss Jody right there, but she going all day, all day. Anything, Kamaya said anything R&B is completely amazing. I agree, Kamaya. Definitely. You got a good ear. Just by your recommendations, I can tell you got a good ear. So thank y'all all for sharing y'all songs. And we're gonna get into this conversation. You ready, Amaya?
Yeah, excuse me if y'all hear some new noise in the background. This call in the alley just came up. Not let me be.
All right. Okay, so again, we talking about red flags and relationships, y'all. We going anything that y'all can think of or that y'all questions that y'all have or whatever, of course, always drop them. And so we're gonna get it started. Start off with this particular quote today. Be careful who you start dating. A lot of people ain't looking for love, they're looking for help. So just be aware of this kind of thing that could possibly happen. And this is just a quote that we're going to use to kind of get us started today. So yeah. Maya, take it away.
What is a red flag in a relationship? A red flag to me means a warning, like a warning of danger or a warning of, oh, I need to look into that. Repetitive behavior, like if someone just gets in arguments with you over like something little, like you wore a hat and he didn't want you to wear a hat. That's repetitive behavior because they'll keep doing it and keep doing it and keep doing it, or it will always be the same ending, like the same ending, the same behavior. It's also something that makes you make you say, why am I not enough? Like, why he always hanging out with so and so? Why can't he never hang out with me? Why am I not enough for him to be with me? Um, like they won't take responsibility for their actions. You say they did something and they didn't. They say they didn't. You have proof and they say, oh, that ain't me, or I didn't do that. When you know that they only could be them. Y'all morals are totally different. Like y'all don't have the same exact morals, but if it's totally not something you want to believe in or want to do with your life, then that's not a good sign because y'all on two different dimensions. Future plans. If you want that person in your life. Because let's be honest, none of us get in a relationship to break up. Nobody gets in a relationship to break up. You get in a relationship because you think that person will be good for your future plans. And if they don't see you and their future plans, it's not it.
Definitely, Amaya. Um, so we're just gonna talk about like different realms, I guess, particular red flags that you can look for. And we're gonna talk about them a little bit in depth. So, um, lack of communication. This can definitely be a red flag. And it can manifest in different ways, right? So one of the ways that it can manifest is like you can't find this person, like, and so you may ask, like, how am I in a relationship with a person, but I can't find them? Well, when you text them, they don't be texting you back. When you call them, they don't be calling you back. You want to hang out with that particular person, they don't want to. They always finding some type of excuse, like, I can't do this, I can't do that. I can't. So you may not be able to find this person, and you may not be able to communicate with this person. They're never there when you like need to talk. So like in those very just like kind of not crisis moments, but in those moments where you just want to talk to your significant other, or you want to talk to your friend or whatever, and you reach out to them, you express you express your feelings, you express your emotions, and they're just like, all right, well, they either blow you off or they don't answer you. So they either just be like, well, I can't deal with this right now, like, find somebody else, talk to somebody else, or I got something else to do. But then they also again, they just might not pick up. So they might know what that looks like in you, because that personally happened to me. Like they might know what a crisis situation looks like and what behaviors that you portray when you are in this so-called crisis, and they just won't answer you. Like I've had somebody tell me, like, I saw you text me, but I just didn't feel like dealing with it right now. And it was just it was interesting. I mean, they ain't tell me in a moment, but they told me later, like, I didn't reply to this because I saw it. I just couldn't handle it right now. And I was just like, okay. And then kind of this control factor, but also like they only want calls or texts at certain times of the day. Now that's different. Like if you're just like on a type of schedule or whatever, and you're just only available at certain times a day. But sometimes, like, especially if this person is involved with somebody else, whether they be married or in another relationship or whatever, they only want you to call them at a specific time, at a specific day, and that's weird. And then people, as far as like communication, like they may only want something when you see them. So like when I was saying, like, they don't really want to see you. When you finally get to see them, they asking you for stuff, and they want you want you to give them stuff all the time. So definitely that's lack of communication. Be aware. Give me 1 second. Yeah. So going back to that thing where I said I had text somebody, and then they told me later on that that they saw me text them and they just didn't feel like dealing with it. Yes, that was somebody that I was dating at the time. Amaya, this yours?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Lack of trust. Somebody that tells all your business. Like if I tell him something intimate, he goes back and tells the boys, then I have no more trust for you. Um, Someone that tells doesn't show emotion towards you. Like if I'm crying, they be like, "Why you crying?" Like doesn't show emotion or any compassion. That's what I'm looking for. Any compassion towards how you feel or what you're going to emotionally or physically. Always lying, always telling you a lie that you know is a lie, but constantly tell you that lie, so you just like whatever. At that point, then you know that that's not good for you or nothing of the sort. It takes advantage of you, and not just like sexually, like take advantage of you as in always take your money or always asking to borrow something. It's not just, it's okay the first couple of times. Yeah, can I borrow a hat? Go ahead, borrow a hat. Can I borrow $5? Okay, borrow $5. But if the price keep going up and it's more costly, he's taking advantage of you and your money. Yeah. These people.
Definitely, Amaya. Thank you for talking about that lack of trust. I'm just gonna go right. I'm gonna go right back up to that bullet point. The emotional, physical, and serial cheaters. So like these people. First of all, the lack of trust lies in the cheating itself. No matter what kind of form it comes in, the lack of trust lies in that right there. But there are different types of cheaters out here, y'all. Everybody's not just sleeping with somebody else or whatever. Like there's definitely emotional cheaters, there's definitely those physical cheaters, and then those serial cheaters. So the people that cheat and then just keep cheating. And those other, those partners or whatever maybe living with a particular maybe in a relationship with a particular serial cheater. You have to definitely be aware of that, because if they're constantly, like, it's one thing if you cheat once, but then if they're constantly cheating on you, like that is a really big red flag. And that's a clear indicator that you cannot trust that person. So just be aware, especially if you're I'm aware that there's like open relationships and all of that, but if y'all are not in agreement that you're in that particular situation, if you're in agreement that you're in a monogamous relationship, a one-on-one relationship, you should not be out here just doing whatever with anybody else. just don't do it. Just don't do it. Break out with that person. You don't want to be with that person. Break up with them.
Please.
Just to break up. Have a conversation, but if you're constantly cheating, it's time to break up. Okay.
Can I say something real quick about that?
Hey, baby, go ahead.
The advice that I can give you on serial cheaters, they will do what you allow them to do. If he cheat the first time, the second time, and you let it go, he's gonna think he can keep cheating. Or if he cheated the first time and you let him go for a month and you took him back, he's gonna think, okay, I can cheat again. I'm be a month without it and I come right back. They will do what you allow them to do. It's the 3 chance rule. But for me, I don't have 3 chances. You get 2 chances. First time you mess up. Second time, I will give you what I need you to change. I will give you what I don't like about you. And you can do the same with me. You can tell me what's the problem with me and da 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 da. But if you don't change it after I done told you what I don't like, what I need you to do, then that's done. There's no more after that. There's no more let's get back together. It's 2 chances. That's it.
Thank you, Amaya, for talking about like your personal method. I'm gonna you two, Amaya. Lamar had a question. So I'm gonna go back because he had a question about physically and emotionally. Where is it?
That was on the second slide.
Right there. It's right there. Duh. So he said, what do we mean by physically and emotional cheaters? So a physical cheater would be those cheaters that are like entertaining somebody else, like going out with somebody else, possibly sleeping with somebody else. doing things with another person outside of their relationship. So, but that may be sex, that may be dates, that might be, you know, whatever, kissing, whatever. It might just be just like those physical things, physical ways that we may show our partners that we love them and that we like them. They're doing it with somebody else. Emotional cheaters, I feel like this is a great debate a lot of times, because emotional cheaters, and Amaya, you can go ahead and define emotional cheaters if you want to, and then I can just add to what you say.
Well, emotional cheaters to me is like you doing it in my face, not necessarily like, but like I know that you're doing it and you just don't care. That emotional tether, for lack of a better word, um, can have really people like messed up in the mind because, well, I know that he's doing it, but he won't stop for me. Also, emotional can also mean like not just the physical. It can also mean like, oh, he's just texting other women, and I can see it through his account, or he's treating me wrong, but is he treating the other girls right? Also, it could be like a side chick and main chick kind of thing. Like I'm the main chick, but you treat the side chick better. That's what kind of an example for me, at least.
Yeah, thank you, Amaya, because I can, agree with some of what you said. As far as emotional cheaters, like I'm gonna kind of keep it simple. Like they're physically with you, but they're so tied to somebody else. Um, and so it's like, all right, you know, I'm going through the motions. I'm still with you, you know, by definition, but my bit, I feel more comfortable. I feel more comfortable sharing my thoughts, my innermost feelings. I feel more comfortable talking with somebody else. And I'm just gonna go through the motions with you. That's like an emotional kind of cheater. So yeah. Another question from Kamaya. I gotta pull it back up because it went away.
Is do you think cheating is a decision or a mistake? And for me, I think cheating is a decision because you can't just accidentally trip into somebody, you know, blase blase. It's not an accident, it's not a mistake. You made the decision to cheat. And you can say you're drunk or intoxicated or whatever. But at some point you gotta realize that even if you were intoxicated, you made that choice to get intoxicated that much that you slipped up and cheated. Right. It's
Like if you did make that choice to be intoxicated, you know how you act when you're intoxicated. I'm not trying to hear it. Like, ain't no I slipped up, I was drunk, but ain't none of that. Ain't none of that. Cause you know how you act. You know if you become, you know, hypersexual or whatever during that time when you are intoxicated or high or whatever. Like you already know. So I'm not trying to hear none of that. It's definitely, and that would be my answer. I think that cheating is a choice, not a mistake. It's all you have choices in this life. Every step that you choose to take, every decision that you make is completely up to you. You can definitely be influenced, but it's up to you if you choose for your mind to be influenced or if you choose to stand in your ground, and stand in your foundation. So yeah. Only because I see this one. Cheating is a choice, but if you cheat, you've been wanting to. Yeah, honestly, truly. All right, y'all. If y'all still have questions, Miss Joni, can you continue to keep helping put them so we can see them? Thank you so much. So next kind of red flag.
yeah.
Go ahead, Maya.
Manipulative and controlling. If the person only wants you and their sight, like you can't go nowhere without them if they tethered, it's a certain point where that's not okay. Like it's difference between clingy and controlling. You can be clingy, oh babe, I want to go with you. Da, 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 da. That's different. But every time I go out, you gonna come with me? No. Like for instance, also it don't even be like your boyfriend or girlfriend. My ex best friend wanted to go with me everywhere I went, and it was not okay with me. Like that made me feel very uncomfortable. Um, he doesn't want you to have friends, other male friends or friends in general. He or she wants to isolate you from friends, possibly even family. Um, Pressure you into something you don't normally do. Like, you know what I mean. um, as well as controlling as far as when he calls or she calls or they text, they want you to answer them immediately within a minute or five. And if you don't, then it's going to be an argument. Arguments over little things is also manipulative because, and it goes hands with emotional, because a lot of arguing can have you at your end point. You can argue until you really just done. And as well as make you think certain things. Like when you argue to the end point, you just be like, I'm ready, it's done, da 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 da. But then you realize that you don't want to be done. You don't want to be done from whatever situation it is, because you going back and forth with the person. You ain't even get all your thoughts across. And so at the end point, you just exhausted. And it's very unhealthy.
Thank you, Maya, for going through those particular things. The next thing that we're going to talk about, I will say, is sensitive, and it has to do with being manipulative and controlling. The next red flag is going to be talking about like people who are abusive. So just, putting that out there, letting, people know that it's coming up, for those who may be, who may have gone through that. Um, so abusive. And the reason that this kind of slide looks different than all the other slides, because this one is like one of the most explicit red flags, and it's a clear sign that you need to find support to exit that particular relationship. So people can be physically abused, so that's kind of self-explanatory. Emotionally abusive, so like they're always like just capitalizing on your emotional like downfalls. They know how to make you mad. They know how to get you upset. They know how to do certain things to you in order to be able to manipulate you, in order to make you like stay in a way, mentally, and then like verbally as well, like the words that they're saying out of their mouth, whether that may be like threats or just mainly like threats, and just hurtful words that they know can get to you. And this is a definite just red flag. Like if you are in any type of abusive relationship or any type of abusive partnership, then you absolutely need to find the best way to find support to get out of that situation. And it's a definite like sensitive topic. So yeah.
Always talks about their ex. no girlfriend wants to hear about your ex at all. So before you go talking about your ex, have some thought. Like have a thought. Like, do my girlfriend want to actually hear me talk about my ex? If you can't think about that, just don't talk. Shut up. Just shut up. There's also a respect thing. Like this no. It's also some a respect thing. Like if you cannot respect me enough to not talk have little memories about your girlfriend while you with me, then that's not respecting of our relationship at all. Um, as well as if they try to make you seem like, oh, why it's like that? She an ex, da da da. That don't matter. If I have a problem with her or if I just don't want to hear about her, that's my prerogative. Like, you're not ready to sit here and talk about her in front of me. Like, you also have to speak up for yourself. Like, speak up and what you want and what you don't want. Because, as I said before, they're going to do what you allow them to do.
Absolutely, Maya. Regardless of what your relationship looks like, don't nobody want to hear about your ex all the time. Nobody wants to hear that, especially in those situations where they would be like, well, if so and so were here, who, who was that? I don't know who that is because she's not here. I am. So ain't no if so and so is here. No, we're not doing that, y'all. Like, just stop. They're your ex for a reason. Whatever that reason may be, they're your ex for a reason. You are not currently in a relationship with that particular person. So it's no reason that you should be talking about that person. Now, there are definitely when you're first dating somebody, you're first entering a relationships, you have talked about, your past relationships. You may have those, but if you're constantly bringing up this person every day, that person is coming out your partner's mouth, tell your partner, go be with them, break up with them, done. That's it. That is it. So yeah. Another red flag, y'all. People being dependent on their particular partners, like absolutely 100% like dependent. You should not need your partner, or the person that you're in a relationship with. They may enhance your life. They may, bring value to your life. They may just enhance what's already there, but they should not be the reason for it. So like they enhance happiness, they don't create happiness. They should enhance your growth. They should not create your growth. Like, it's just be aware of those like dependent partners, especially those financially dependent partners. Maya hit on it earlier, but like they constantly asking you for money. They ain't got no money. There's no money in their account. And they're just like, well, can I get something to eat? Or can you just let me borrow like $200 or some ridiculous amount? And like Maya said, like the amount keeps going higher and higher and higher. And you just like, why you keep giving money? Y'all can't see Miss Joni, but she doing the scissors. And then also like dependent people, like they can't make decisions. Like you're constantly like thinking. So you may be in a relationship with your partner, and they may be constantly asking you for advice. It's absolutely fine to ask for advice, but like they can't they're asking you like, hey, what should I do? Give me the answer. Or hey, like, should I take this job? I don't really know. Like they're asking you to make the decision for them, and they physically cannot make the decision without you. That's an issue. Always asking you to borrow something, but just borrow is loose term, because normally if they ask you to borrow it, they're not trying to give it back. And that's kind of the other part of that. So they always asking you to borrow something, but then they never like really giving it back or paying you back or whatever. And then they just constantly keep taking and taking and taking and taking from you. Now you have to be aware, if you're pouring out, you're constantly pouring out to somebody. But if they're constantly just taking things from you, whether that may be your time, whether it may be your money, your resources, your ideas, your just everything, like they're just constantly taking from you, but not adding anything to your life, then that can be a red flag as well.
Also,
So,
with the dependent,
yeah, go ahead.
it's also another side of that. Like, you can also be dependent upon the person you're with, and sometimes that's not good either. Sometimes you got to have your own. Like, if you're dependent upon them to pay your rent or do your nails and get your hair done, etc., and etc., you can't depend on that, because if y'all just break up, then what you got? Nothing. Not nothing. So at some point you have to bring in your own income. If they offer, that's your decision to take it, whether you like it or not. They offer and you already have the money ready. Nah, babe, I got it. If they offer and you don't have all of it, babe, you can just give me this amount of much and I got the rest. I'll pay you back. Or whatever the case may be, you can't be dependent upon him or her for money or love, because sometimes the love that you're trying to receive from them is really not the love you need. The love you need could stem from you not having a father in your life. You're not having a mother in your life. The love that you need is not going to, their love is not going to substitute that at all.
Absolutely, Maya. And I'm sorry, I was not laughing at you. I was laughing at Miss Joni because she is cutting up these comments on today. But absolutely, Maya, I agree with what you said. So y'all, that's as far as like the individual red flags, that's kind of the end. I mean, we ran out of time anyway, but that's kind of the end of the individual red flags. And then we were going to talk about like how can you see them. And then, of course, Miss Joni, if you want to add anything, because we didn't really hear from you during this session because we just were into it. But yeah, so how can I see these red flags? You don't want to really rely on that first one as far as the time goes, because sometimes you may be in it and it's just too late at that point. Like you're just so deep into it, you're so broken, you're so just empty. And so this can be a way that you see it, like with time and as time goes on, but you should try your best to do that second one, which is like see the facts, see what's there, see the people, people show you 9 times out of 10 what they do. When you first meet them, you just might not be paying attention because you so in love, or you so just, they so fine, they so, whatever, they look so good. They do this for me, da 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 da. But they're still doing these behaviors. It's just harder to see. So don't be blinded by that love or that need or that dependency, and just see what's there. Maya? Any other ways that you can see?
I do, but I don't know how to state it. Like with the whole going through the phone thing, I'm not saying that it's not potential. I'm saying that the way you do it can be very distrustful. Like if the person is good and they don't got nothing in their phone and they actually really putting their time into you and not nobody else, then you have lost their trust. You have lost their trust because you went to their phone and they know. So at some point you have to realize that whatever he or she is doing is going to come to the light. It may not be now, may not be tomorrow, might not be next year. It's going to come to the light. And yes, when it comes, it can hurt you. But this is why you have friends. This is why you have supporters. This is why you have mentors. Go to them at your need, because you will need them. I'm not saying that you won't feel good that it's ended, that you finally found the truth, but it will hurt. And you wanted it to be something real and not play for him or her. But sometimes it is play for them and not for you. So just have that support system that we was talking about the other day to really depend on when you're at the end of the relationships and everything is coming out.
Yes, Maya, thanks. Y'all, that's our red flags kind of conversation. I if y'all want to continue this conversation, we definitely can. Because it was actually a couple of y'all that were like, oh, like, can we talk about red flags? So yeah, let us know. Amaya, what's your jewel for today?
My dream for today is have inner power. Know your worth and know that you deserve love and you deserve somebody to actually treat you well. And learn to speak in your truth. Learn to say, "Oh, I'm not happy with this. So we need to change it together." Don't make them feel like it's all their fault. It's always something not wrong necessarily, but something that you can do to support them or and support yourself. So that's my dream for today.
Thanks, Maya. That's very powerful, both of them, because it was kind of like two in one. So thank you for sharing that. My jewel today is something that people have heard probably all the time, but like when people show you who they are, believe them. Just that's it. I ain't got no explanation. When people show you who they are, believe them.
Well, thank y'all. That was so powerful. Amazing conversation. Thank you so much. Great way to put our Friday onto a nice little end. But thank you, Maya. You definitely did a great job. I knew you had it in you. And thank you, Miss Money Mo. We'll see you Monday, 12 o'clock.
Monday, 12 o'clock. See y'all. Love y'all.
All right. Y'all have a good weekend. Y'all, how powerful was that, man? Great session. Definitely much needed. So go ahead and take a break, y'all. It's break time, man. We got one last session. That's the academic session with Miss Kaitlyn. So Miss Kaitlyn will be on here at 2 o'clock. And I'm pretty sure that Bree is going to join Miss Kaitlyn today for the academic session. So whatever work you got, yo, if you got work, we don't care if it's algebra, if it's biology, history, whatever it is, yo, bring your work. You got packets, schoolwork, homework you need to get done. Bring your work. We walking you through all of that. All right. So take a break, and I see y'all back at 2 o'clock with Miss Kaitlyn for academic. Hey, y'all. We are back. Last session of the day on this Good Friday with Miss Kaitlyn doing academic. I think we got a little bit of everything today. A little bit of math, a little bit of science, a little bit of English. I don't know. We got a lot going on. Hey, Miss Kaitlyn.
How you doing?
What's up? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Whew.
Man, you had a lot of people hitting you up today. They was like, I'm getting on Miss Kaitlyn's session today. I'm like, yeah, I guess you are. Like, come
Yeah,
on.
that's great. I love it. I've been learning math for the last hour, so we're ready to hit it.
So they all got math situations?
No, Coach Johnson's gonna get on. We're gonna talk about some biology, and then Bree's gonna get on. And we're gonna talk about some trigonometry, I think, algebra 2.
And Amaya
Hey,
hit
guys.
you up too. Hey, Coach Johnson.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. How you feeling?
I'm great. Can't complain.
Good, good. Getting you through this senior year.
Yes, I hope. Well, I mean, yes, I did week 3, and I was gonna come over here and do week 3, but I was like, I'm gonna just read it and like go through it. And the only thing I gotta do is really look at the notes from remember we did the 4 type of salmon, Miss Joni, Miss Kaitlyn. Remember we did. It was basically asking me compare which 2 salmon that I think, just give them a hypothesis of which 2 salmon I think are alike. And I was just reading the notes and I did like that. That was easy. But this week 4 is I don't even know where to start. It just looks so difficult. So
And
yeah.
you sent me that
I think week 4.
Okay.
Week 4 last
that last page. Yeah. Okay. So week 4, let's just read let me save this picture really quick.
Was that is that a clear picture?
Wait, say it again.
Is that a clear picture enough? Let me see
Yeah,
it.
it's clear. It's clear. It just doesn't let me zoom on Instagram, so I have to save it to my phone. So 1 second. Okay. So here we have the results from the electrophoresis, the gel electrophoresis, right? Okay, so for those of you who are watching, here's what we've been comparing 4 different types of salmon, and we've been comparing them by their physical characteristics, and now we're comparing them by their DNA. And so I'm gonna share my screen so that I can draw what this shows. Okay, so we are comparing salmon DNA. Okay, and last time in the last video, we went over what gel electrophoresis is. So using gel electrophoresis. And basically what this is this process where you put this DNA into like a little square, a little rectangle of gel, and then you put electric currents in it, and it makes the DNA move basically, and it separates the DNA so you can look at different chunks of the DNA and then you can compare it. And why this is interesting to us, outside of course salmon are very interesting, but other than that, it's because this is the same process that's used for what are they called, parent tests. Why I'm blanking on the word. Ms. Tony, you always talk about them.
The paternity test.
Yeah, paternity test. I don't know why I couldn't think of that word. So this is the same process they use for a paternity test. They basically take the DNA from the baby, they take the DNA from the mom, and they take the DNA from the dad, who they think are the mom and dad, and they compare them. And if they match up, then those are the parents. And if they don't match up, then those are not the parents, right? So we're kind of doing the same thing with salmon. We're saying, how did the DNA compare and how are the DNA different? So let me just draw the results of our gel electrophoresis here. So I'm going to break it up into 4. And here we have the Atlantic salmon, and then we have the Chinook salmon, we have the coho, and the pink. Okay, so this is our gel, and it's broken up into 4 columns for each of the salmon, and then I'm gonna show what their DNA looks like. So I'm gonna start from the bottom, and I'm just gonna draw a band because this is kind of what it looks like on the results. So these bands are just chunks of DNA, essentially.
Miss
Okay.
Kaitlyn, I have a question.
Yes.
So as you can see in the picture, on the left-hand side, what is that a picture of? That's just, is that a table or is that results too? Because I know on the right-hand side, that's the simulation results. I know that because I went simulation. And then, yeah, on the left-hand side.
Yeah, let me get to that in just one second. Let me draw these results, and then we're going to use these results to fill out that table. Okay. Other 4. Almost there. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the last one we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so here are our results. I'm going to zoom out really quick because we also have this table that we have to fill in. And basically, they call this this table that I'm going to draw, they call it a correlation matrix. So what a correlation matrix is, if something is correlated, that means that they go together. Okay, so this correlation matrix is basically showing you, when you compare all of them, what do they have in common? Okay, so it kind of looks like this. And it has 4 columns, 1, 2, 3, 4. And it has 4 rows, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then in each of these rows, or each of the columns, it's again Atlantic, Chinook, Coho, or Pink. And then the rows are the same thing: Atlantic, Chinook, Coho, and Pink. So basically this is saying what they want you to do is fill out the percentage of DNA that is similar between the ones that match up. So for example, like if this is the Atlantic salmon and this is the Chinook salmon, it wants you in this box to tell me what percentage of DNA is shared between those two. Okay. So let me just give you a little example, because half of the table is actually blacked out, and I'll fill that in, but I want to show you why it's blacked out. Because, so say that we want to start with this one right here, the Atlantic and the Atlantic. Just, we know this. How much DNA is going to be shared between an Atlantic salmon and an Atlantic salmon? 100%, right? That's like saying, if I compared my own DNA to my own DNA, how much would match up? It's 100%. So because it's 100%, basically they said, okay, we don't care about that. We're gonna just black out this square. So they say, okay, if it's 100%, we're gonna black it out. Okay, so that means that going down to the next one, Chinook and Chinook, those are comparing, that would be in this box right here. Those are comparing the same thing. So we can cross out that box too. Okay, so we're gonna just go down and cross out the boxes that we don't need. Okay, so we don't need those 4 boxes for sure, but we can actually cross out more of these boxes too. So if we look at this comparison, we're comparing here the Atlantic and the Chinook salmon. Okay, so that is going to be in this box, right? But in this box right here, we're also comparing the Atlantic and the Chinook salmon. Okay, y'all following me here? So this
I'm
one,
lost.
so this one right here, this box is going to compare the Atlantic and the Chinook, right? That's just how they line up. This one goes through and this one goes through, the Atlantic and the Chinook. Okay, so we'll have to fill that out. So let me say it like this. If I wanted to compare my DNA to Coach Johnson's DNA, let's say that we have 95% of our DNA that's the same. Okay, so I'm going to write 95% in this box because this is comparing me to Coach Johnson. Now I want to compare Coach Johnson to me. I just compared me to Coach Johnson. Now I'm going to compare Coach Johnson to me. That's the same exact thing.
I was to say, wouldn't it be the same exact thing?
Yeah, exactly. So that would also be a 95%. So these two numbers are exactly the same. Okay, so Coach, what I'm explaining here is why this table looks so confusing. It looks so confusing because half the boxes are blacked out, but it's only blacking them out to make it easier for you so that you don't have to write the numbers 2 times. Okay, so it wants you to write it in this box right here that I just erased. It does not want you to write it. It doesn't want you to repeat yourself. They don't want you to work too hard. So they crossed out this box and say, just write it once. Okay. In fact, they did that for you for the entire rest of the table. They said all of these boxes, those are just repeats. So you don't have to fill out those boxes. So really, I'm going to draw a big old purple smiley face. We like that they did that, right? Because we don't want to fill out the same thing 2 times. We only want to do the work 1 time. And that's what they've done for us. Okay. Are you following me? Yeah. Okay.
I got you.
Okay, cool. All right. So now what we're going to do, remember that I said we have to write our percentages. What is shared between the Chinook salmon and the Atlantic salmon? What is shared between the coho and the Atlantic salmon? Okay, so I'm going to put percentages in each of these. Okay. It also gives it to us in fraction form. And I'll show you why. So I'm going to go back up here. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. So for each of these salmon, they each have 9 pieces of DNA. 9 pieces of DNA each. Okay, I could count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. So basically, what I'm going to do for each comparison, I'm going to count up the number of DNA pieces that are the same between, say, the Atlantic salmon and the Chinook. I'm going to count up the number of pieces that are the same between them, and then I'm going to turn that into a percentage, right? So if they have 9 pieces that are the same, if all of their DNA is the same, it would be 9 over 9, right? And that would give us 100%. Okay, that would be like if I compared my own DNA to myself, my own DNA to my own DNA, they would be 100% the same. All 9 chunks would be the same. So we'd have 100%. Okay, that's not going to be the case here with our pieces of DNA. So let's go through each one and see which ones match up. Okay, so let's start. I'm using red, so let's just keep with the red theme. So I'm gonna go through just these 2 columns, and I'm gonna see which of their DNA is the same. Okay, so I'm gonna start at the bottom, this DNA versus this DNA. Are they the same?
No. It's the Atlantic. I'm looking at it. 1, 2, and the next 3 is real close together, and then 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is a little bit of space, and then 7, 8 is 8, 9 is a little bit of space.
Okay, so you're right that like as a whole, this column of DNA is not the same as this column of DNA, but that's not exactly what I'm worried about here. I'm worried only if I guess I could number them. Is that what you're referring to, the numbers?
So I'm going to number these pieces of DNA. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I'm just looking at number 1 for the Atlantic and number 1 for the Chinook.
Okay,
So,
but I'm not to cut you off. I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm sorry. But right here it says protein isoelectric point. What is that? Because it got 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, and that's it. As you can see it on the picture.
Protein isometric point. Isoelectric point. Okay, so we've been talking about it in terms of DNA, right? But they are talking about it in terms of proteins. Why do I not care about that? Like, I can have the same interpretation for DNA as I can for proteins. Why? We talked about this last week. Remember that DNA makes proteins. Okay, so if I have the same DNA as you, then you will make the same proteins. Then we will make the same proteins, right? If I have different DNA than you, like I have different DNA than a banana, so our proteins are going to be different, right? Because we remember that DNA makes proteins, and basically proteins, what we talked about before, proteins make up basically like everything in our body, right? So this up here, when you do gel electrophoresis, you can do it for either DNA or you could do it for proteins. I didn't read it careful enough, so I thought they were doing it for DNA, but they're doing it for proteins. Okay, so in here, they're comparing proteins instead of DNA. But it doesn't really matter because your interpretation is still the same. You are going to compare which proteins are the same. Okay, the way that you figure that out with this, remember when you did your, when you did that simulation online, it told you that the side of this is like a ruler, right? This tells you how long how big the DNA pieces are, basically. So it tells you the length of the DNA or the length of the proteins. And so when it tells you over here, it says protein isoelectric point or whatever, that's giving you, I believe that's giving you the length of the protein. Okay, so the proteins down here are going to be very short, and the proteins up here are going to be very long or big. Okay, short or small.
Can I clarify some things real quick, Miss Kaitlyn? So what you're saying is, so I remember when we did the first time when I had to do the electro simulation thing, you said the smaller ones at the bottom you said the ones at the bottom will be smallest because they are the ones because they take forever to go through the simulation, correct?
The ones that are smaller go faster. That's why.
Right, and the ones at the top are ones that go slower because they're bigger.
Yes.
Right, and each of these are proteins.
Yep.
Okay, so I think you probably already answered this question, and it might be a dumb question, but what's the difference between protein and DNA again? Like, what's the difference between the samples?
So the difference between DNA and protein is that DNA is like the recipe, and proteins is like, if I was making cookies, proteins would be the cookies. Okay, so you need a recipe in order to make cookies, right? It's the recipe or the instructions.
So without no DNA, you can't make protein.
Correct. Yes.
So I'm sorry to keep asking.
No, you're good.
But can you have DNA and no protein? Can you have DNA and no protein?
Yeah, you could have DNA with no proteins. It's a little complex, so I'm just gonna give you the short answer. Sometimes your DNA can be turned off, right? Because or some pieces of your DNA can be turned off because in every single cell in your body, right? So here's a human. There are cells, you have millions and millions of cells. Inside each cell is the same exact DNA. The same exact DNA is in your skin cell and in your stomach cells. But the thing that makes them different is that different, like if your DNA is this long, let's say, your skin DNA might only use this chunk. And remember that we called this the other day, we called it a gene. And this section or this gene of DNA makes a protein. So it makes your skin protein. Okay, so that maybe is the skin in your face. Now, the DNA in your belly, it's the same length, but instead of that gene being turned on, it's one down here. So this is another gene. And this gene makes stomach cells or stomach, it makes your stomach pretty much, right? And so this DNA is going to be found, both DNA are the same, but the sections of DNA that are turned on in different places of your body are different. You following? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Are we ready? Do you want to ask more questions about DNA protein, or are you ready to move on?
At this picture and just basically trying to get everything. I mean, I got it now. I got it. I was just trying to see what's the difference between DNA and.
Yeah, it's kind of hard because they talk about them kind of as they talk about them interchangeably sometimes, but they're different. Just remember that DNA is the recipe and proteins are like the cookies. Okay.
You transfer it by like, so me, say, we both have DNA, right? Right. We like transferred stuff like that.
So you cut off
a couple are that's married. Can you hear me now?
Yep, I can hear you now.
Right. A couple is married and they kiss. Is their proteins been transferred?
Their DNA has been transferred. So it's like if I have a recipe for chocolate chip cookies and I have a recipe for peanut butter cookies, and then I combine these two recipes together, I'm gonna get chocolate chip peanut butter, right? But not all of the ingredients from the first recipe will go into the new recipe. And not all the ingredients, right? Because if you did that, then you would have way too much of the dough, right? So you would need to take only half of the ingredients from this one and half of the ingredients from this one to make your new cookie babies, right? So when now talking about people, when two people have a baby, they transfer half of their DNA and half of their DNA to make a baby. Now this baby, which has half their DNA from their mom and half their DNA from their dad, is going to make proteins that are a little bit different from their mom and their dad, right? Because they've now combined two different DNAs. So their proteins, some of them are going to look the same. That's why you have some characteristics of your mom and some characteristics of your dad. But some of your characteristics just look like you, right? They don't look like, or they're like a combination basically. They're like a mix of your parents. And those characteristics that I'm talking about, those are made by proteins. Like what you see is the protein, but it's made by the recipe book, which is the DNA.
Ms. Kaitlyn, is it always half from the parents? Because you know how some kids, like they may not look nothing like their mother, but we know that that's their mother and look everything like their dad. So like, is it ever possible to have more from one parent?
That's a great question. The short answer is no. You're always gonna have half from your mom and half from your dad. The crazy thing is that some genes, some characteristics, they call them, they're like stronger than the other characteristic. And so basically they're dominant. They overpower the other characteristic. So one parent the child might look like one certain parent because that parent's characteristics are like stronger than the other parents. And that has nothing to do with actual physical strength. It's just talking about the recipe, the DNA.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just more strong. Okay. Well, I understand because, like, this might be a little funny, but you know how when kids go bar and stuff, and they be like, "He is a father." You can look at the person and like be like, "That's his father." But then when the DNA results come out, it's really not the father. Like, okay, perfect example. How I don't know if it's a myth or not, but the saying is, if you be around, see, fits. One of my friends get pregnant, right? One of my cousins get pregnant, and I stay with my cousin every day of her pregnancy, and the baby come out look like me, but I'm nowhere near the father. How is that possible? Like, because people be like, if you stand around the baby so much, the baby so look like you. Like, I don't understand that. Like, I don't know. Is that like how is that possible? Because it really be happening. Like, it really be happening.
Yeah, I believe you, and I have experienced that as well. It's sort of like when people start to look like your significant other, you sort of like, people are like, oh, you kind of look alike, right? So I think that doesn't have anything to do with DNA. That just has more to do with our perception. That has more to do with what we think. And it's kind of like a mind trick, right? But it doesn't actually have to do with the DNA changing at all. Like if you, Coach Johnson, hung out with me and I was pregnant, like if you hung out with me every single day, like my baby might look like you, but you would not have changed the DNA of my baby at all, right?
Perception.
Yeah, it's just a perception.
Look like me. What? They'd be up there really believing that that's a baby father. That just mentions that my tricks.
Yeah. All right. I think we have a couple more minutes. I gotta move on to some math stuff. But do you want to return to the gel electrophoresis so I can show you how to do the rest of the assignment?
Yeah. So you understand what these questions are asking, and then I'm done.
Okay. So what this is asking, this table is asking you to compare the proteins between, say, the Atlantic salmon and the Chinook salmon. You're going to put that in this box. Okay. Then you're going to compare the coho salmon to the Atlantic salmon, and you're going to put it in this box. Okay. So you're going to do that. You're going to compare each one. So we're just going to start and we're going to do one example. We're going to do the Atlantic versus the Chinook. Okay, so I'm going to go up here. I'm not focusing on any of this right now. Okay, I'm only comparing the Atlantic and the Chinook. And the way that I'm doing that is I'm going to see if their DNA pieces are the same length, or their protein pieces are the same length. Okay, so for this one, I see that this one is right next to this one. Okay, to me, that means that they are the same because they're the same length. These two proteins are next to each other, so they are the same length. So I'm going to put a star next to that one. Okay. The next one I'm going to compare, I'll put it in a different color, is this one and this one. Now, do those two look like they're right next to each other? No, they're not, because this one is smaller and this one is bigger, right? Because you told me, Coach Johnson, that the smaller ones move faster, right? So this one has moved farther and faster, so it's smaller. And this one has not moved as far, so it's a little bit bigger. So these two DNA pieces are not the same, or protein pieces are not the same. Okay, so I'm going to draw an X. Okay, next one. This piece and this piece. Are they the same length? No, they're not. I see you're shaking your head because this one has moved a little further, so that means it's smaller. And this one has not moved as far, which means it's bigger. So these third piece of DNA, not the same. Okay, I'm gonna go back to red now. This one and this one. What do you think? Same or different? Same, yeah. So these two are next to each other, right next to each other, which means they're the same exact length, so they are the same. Okay, next ones, this one and this one. Same or different? Same, yeah. So same and same. I can't actually hear you, but I'm reading your lips and I'm seeing that they are the same. So these are the same because they're the same length. Okay, next one, this one and this one. Same or same? Good. Okay, because they're the same length. Okay, back to red. This one and this one. Yeah, no, different. Okay, so X on that. Okay, last couple, this one and this one. Same or different? Different. And the last one, this one and this one. Same or different? Different. Okay, good. So now that we've compared these 9 pieces of DNA, I'm gonna count up the ones that are the same between them, and I'm gonna highlight them in purple. So I'm gonna say this one was the same, this one was the same, this one was the same, and this one was the same. So when I count those up, 1, 2, 3, 4, then I see that I have 4 out of the 9. Okay, that, Coach Johnson, is what they're asking for in the first part of this box. They say put it as a fraction, and then they say turn that into a percentage. So when you turn that into a percentage, I don't know what it is, something around 45%. Let's see. 4 divided by 9.
It is smart. This is the smart.
Well, 4 divided by 9 is 44%. So 44%. Okay, so this is what you're writing in this box right here. Oops. This is what you're writing in this very first box. This very first box now, oops, is done. Donezo. You did that box. Okay. Bigger picture, what this is saying is the Chinook salmon and the Atlantic salmon share 44% of their DNA. So about half. The Atlantic salmon and the Chinook share about half of their DNA. Okay. So what you got to do now is you got to go back to the top. And for this box right here, it's asking us to do the Atlantic salmon and the coho. So the Atlantic and the coho, Atlantic is this column and coho is this column, right? So now instead of comparing these, you're going to compare this column and this column. And you're going to do the same process where you count up how many are the same, you do a fraction, and you turn it into a percentage. I can't hear you.
The same thing?
You're doing the same thing. You're just comparing now the Atlantic to the coho. Say it again.
Coho to the Chinook.
So coho to the Chinook will be in a different box. Coho to the Chinook will be in, here's the Chinook, here's the coho. So it's going to be in this box.
Somebody was calling me. So you said coho and Chinook.
So
got you. Coho,
and then
Chinook. And then Atlantic, and then I'm sorry, and then I'm trying to get it, and then Atlantic to the pink, and then to the pink, and then a coho to the pink.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I got you.
This is not officially due until the 15th, and I know you have other math to do. So I'll finish the table right here up top, and I will try to do more. I will try to read over these questions over this weekend. If I have some problems, I'll come at you again. But it's not due until the 15th. It was actually due today, but she changed the due date to
Oh, that's
15th,
great.
so I'm glad.
So it's due in a week from today. Okay. Yeah. So we have plenty of time to work on it next week. But yeah, finish that table and try some of the questions, and then we can jump back on, or you can text me and ask, okay? Cool. All right. Thanks for getting on, Coach Johnson.
Thank you.
All right. See you later.
See you later.
Okay, Miss Joni, what's next?
Yeah, we should have Beezy. Let me see where she at.
Cool.
This stuff was fun.
Yeah, right? I think so too. Next stuff, we'll see. We'll see how we feel about the next stuff.
I know, yeah. You had some comments, people were saying that this is interesting. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, that's the greatest thing. That's the best compliment I could ever receive.
I know, right? It's good. I think Taylor might go back and watch some of the other ones, because I asked her if she saw the very first one where you were talking about how when the proteins change. She said no. I said, oh, you gotta watch that.
Yeah, it makes more sense if you watch multiple videos.
Yeah, I know. Easy.
How you doing?
All right.
Good. Cool. Happy Friday. We are doing some trig/algebra 2, right? Is that what class this is?
It's trig.
Okay, girl, this stuff, it's got me learning. So yeah, thank you for that. Because I'm learning how to do this. So what we are working on is they're called parametric equations.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are starting with just like the basics about parametric equations, and then we go on to graphing them, and then we go on to solving a problem with them. So
Okay.
tell me what you understand, or tell me what you know about parametric equations.
I don't know anything. This is like the first lesson that she gave us. It was like introduction to it.
Brand new. Okay, yeah. Oh wow, that's a lot.
That's why I asked, because I'm like, and she didn't really explain when I got on the meeting earlier.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not really what they're for. They just give us like some instruction. But I was like, bro, I don't know about that.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm actually gonna start by giving you an example then, and this is actually one of the problems, but it's gonna put it into context why we're actually doing this. So a parametric.
Wait. She said it was to find the length, like vertical and horizontal, something like that.
Yeah.
And she said we had to use some points on the unit circle.
Yeah, and that's the part you're gonna have to help me with, because I'm
really
good.
I know a unit circle, like that's fine. But
good. Perfect. So yes, you're going to have to do that. I'm just going to give you a little bit of broad context for this. So this problem says a baseball is hit toward outfield. Okay, so basically somebody hits a ball, right? It's flying into the outfield. Right. A ball doesn't fly like if here is the baseball person holding a bat. A ball is not just going to go straight at the ground in a linear way, right? Mm-hmm. It's going to look more like, and then it's going to hit, right? So what your teacher was talking about with the like vertical and horizontal part is you want to figure out things like how far this way the ball went, how far horizontally, and how far vertically the ball went. Okay. And in addition to that, you can find out how long it took for the ball to hit the ground based on the height and the distance. Okay. So that last part that I just talked about, that time part, is really, really important because in these parametric equations, we've added a new variable. We're not just using your standard X and your Y. We've added the variable T. So the variable T always represents, in these equations, time. Okay?
Got it.
So let's come back to this part because this can be a little more complicated. Let's start with more of the basics of just how to solve these equations. But I think that you'll get the hang of it really quickly. So it says that the problem says match each set of equations with these pairs of points. So you have 4 equations. Here's 1, 2, 3, 4. I just spaced them out. And then you have 4 sets of points. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so you're just matching whatever one goes with whatever. Okay. So I just talked about this new variable, T. So all it wants, it doesn't care about baseballs and yada yada, all of that. All it wants you to do for these problems is plug in T to each equation, and you'll get a set of points. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So like, I'll just do the first one. X equals 3T. So if T equals 4, then X equals 3 times 4, which is 12. And then Y equals -2 times 4. So Y equals -8. Okay. So I can see that this matches up with this. Okay. So that's all you're going to do for the rest of them. Okay. I think those you got those. So let's skip them and go on to the graphing part, which is actually quite similar, but this is the part where I need help with the unit circle because I don't know how to do it. Okay. So So what these are called when you put them on a graph, they can be called a plane curve. And I think they just call it like this thing right here. This whole thing is a plane, right? Because it's flat, just a flat plane. And then you're just drawing a curve on it because parametric equations are often curved. Okay. So to solve this, you're really doing almost the exact same thing that you just did. So it gives you 2 equations. It gives you X and it gives you Y. And then it says for T in 0 to 3 pi. This is just giving you a range of values. So if I was to graph this, which I don't really know how to do with pies, but let's say that this was 0, this is pi, 2 pi, 3 pi, right? Like I would be graphing between 0 and pi or 3 pi. So the way that you're going to do this is, I'm going to zoom out just a little bit. Instead of, you know how usually when you graph, you have a set of points and you kind of put them in a T-chart and you say if X equals 1, Y equals, and then you solve it 3. If X equals 2, Y equals 6, right? You go on and then you can do the points on the graph. So instead of a T-chart like that, you're going to make it 3 columns. The first one is T, the second one is X, and the third one is Y. Okay. So then it doesn't really tell you, it gives you the range, but they're asking you to come up with the numbers that you want to do based on what makes sense. And this is what I don't fully know how many points you need because I don't truly understand the unit circle, but off the top of my head, if I was going to do this, I would maybe do 0, pi, 2 pi, 3 pi, right? If you wanted to do more points than that, you could go by like pi over 2. So you could go 0, pi over 2, pi, 3 pi over 2. Keep going.
Yeah, that's too many though. Normally we only do 4. So
you do 4. Okay, so what we did
the
before
first one makes sense.
Okay, so we got pi, 2 pi, 3 pi. So then all you're going to do, just like we did above, is you're going to plug in T to each of these equations up here. Okay, so can we just do one and you can just help me out with, I don't know what they are going to be, so I'm going to be trusting you. But for the first one, it would be 3
0.
cosine 0 minus t plus 5.
Oh.
Or minus 0, sorry. Minus 0 plus 5. So do you know what cosine 0 is?
It's 1.
It's 1? Okay, so
Yeah.
this turns into 3 times 1 minus 0 plus 5. This is x. So x equals 3 minus 0 plus 5. So this canceled out, right? So 3 plus 5. So x equals
8.
8. Okay. And then y, I'm just going to squeeze it in over here. Y is sine of t, or sine of 0, which is what?
0.
0. Okay. So this is your first set of points. 8, 0 is your first point that you're going to put on. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 3, 6, 7, 8, and 0. So that's your first point.
Gotcha.
Okay. And so it sounds like I don't really know. Are you, for all of these, are you going to get a whole number, or are you going to get something that ends up like
For all of what? Which one?
For all of the x's and the y's, for all of these, are you going to end up with whole numbers? This is where I'm confused because I don't know what the unit circle is going to give us.
Most of them, I think you should,
Okay.
because cosine and sine, if it's a pi or something, it's on the x or y axis, so
Okay.
it's not like a fraction or anything.
Okay, cool, perfect then. So you will know how to graph these.
Yeah, only one I'm not sure about is 3 pi, but I think I should.
Yeah, because I was looking, that's actually was my question too, because I was looking at the unit circle online, and then I was like, I see 2 pi is on here, but I don't see 3 pi. I would just look it up and see if you can logic it out.
Okay.
Yeah, it probably is similar, I would assume, to pi, right? Because if you have pi and then 2 pi, and then if you went around again, you would have 3 pi, I think.
Right.
But just double check that one because I don't know.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Okay, so let's come back to this problem then. Okay, so a baseball is hit toward outfield following these equations. So it gives you 2 equations. X equals 51.5t and y equals negative 16t squared plus 105t plus 4. Just so you know, this right here, the negative 16t squared, get used to seeing that, because this represents basically gravity. So this is showing you that when you throw a ball, it's not just going to soar through the air forever. It's going to eventually curve down. So this term right here is used like all the time in these equations.
Okay.
So just so you know. Okay. So it's telling us that x and y are in feet, t is in seconds. So the first question it asks is, how long does it take for the ball, oops, this should say to hit the ground, not fit the ground. How long does it take for the ball to hit the ground? Okay. In order to figure that out, we have to remember a couple things. Do you have any ideas, first of all, before I just go on and explain?
Not really, because they don't give us t in this one, so I'm confused.
You're right, they don't. So, but that is what you're solving. Well, so they don't give you t. You're right. You're kind of having to work backwards, because this time they're asking, how long does it take? Basically, how many seconds does it take? So here you're solving for t.
Okay.
Okay.
So just set it equal to it?
Sort of. the key to this one is how long does it take for the ball to hit the ground? So because you're like, you have to set something you have to do something with these equations. But let me just explain this. So X is this axis and Y is this axis, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I was hitting a ball, if I was standing here, right? The ground is what axis? The X or the Y?
The X.
The X. So, and the ground is X equals 0. Right? Because I'm standing on the X axis. Okay. So, how long does it take for it to hit the ground? Wow, I totally did this the way harder way when I was solving it earlier. Wait a second. Sorry, now I'm getting myself confused. How long does it take for it to hit the ground? Oh, okay. So, I think you have to solve, the next one is how far has the ball traveled when it hits the ground? I think you have to solve that one first. I swear I just did this before we got on. Where's the ball traveled when it hits the ground? Nope, no you don't. Yeah, I don't know. I'm confusing myself now, but I know I know that you have to plug in 0 into this equation, the Y equation. Can we talk about this? Can you help me figure out why this is?
Mm-hmm. So just make Y equal 0 and then solve it? That was what you're saying? Okay.
Oh, okay. I understand. Okay, so if I was, for example, okay, so this is my y-axis, this is my x-axis, y and x. If I had the ball in my hand and I just dropped it, right? I would be solving for this distance. I would be solving for this distance in y, right? If I just dropped it and I said, how long does it take for it to hit the ground? And I just dropped it, I would be solving for how long it takes to travel this distance. Because I'm hitting the ball, it's still going to drop, like no matter what, even if I hit it out here, it's still going to drop this same distance.
So that's why the negative 16 is there?
Yeah.
So then when you hit it, that's the plus 105.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's basically like the angle or whatever that or that's helping you inform that that's the angle that it's going at. But yes, that's why the negative 16t is there. So that said, you have to figure out when y equals 0 because, when y equals 0, because that's when the ball is hitting the ground, because the ground is down at y equals 0, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're gonna have to plug in 0 for y, and solve for t. Okay. I totally did not know how to do this and had to look it up, but what I think you have to do is use the quadratic equation.
Probably because negative.
Yeah. So this is A, this is B, and this is C. So we don't have to walk through that if you don't want. It sounds like you know how to do that. But what this is going to give you, it's going to give you t equals something, right? So this,
and I just plug it in,
and then you plug it in, right?
Okay.
So you plug it in for how far has it traveled. How far is talking about distance. So now you're talking about your X, right? So here you're solving for X.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Was there another one after that? I did not get to look at it because I was too distracted by the unit circle. Two kickers having a kicking competition to see who kicks farther. Bill kicks his ball with an initial velocity of 70 feet per second and an angle of 38 degrees. Ben kicks his at 63 feet per second, angle of 45 degrees. Who kicked it further? Justify your answer. Okay, for this one, go back and look at that example. I don't know how to do it off the top of my head, but go back and look at that example that they gave you about the pumpkin tossing competition. You know what I'm talking about? So now that you have this baseline knowledge of like plugging in the T's and the X's and the Y's, you should be able to easily understand that example, and that example will help you solve this last problem.
Okay.
Okay. Cool. Do you have any other clarifying questions about this stuff that I can answer right now?
Not really.
Okay.
I think I got it.
It seems like you know the stuff. You just were missing that piece about plugging in the T.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Sweet. Text me if you have questions.
Okay.
And I will try to help you, but I can't guarantee it. But thank you for coming on, and thank you for asking these questions. These are like really hard ones, and a lot of the times we do like Algebra 1 on here, and so it's nice to get some of those complex topics because other people are struggling with this stuff too. So
Yeah, thank you.
yeah,
Definitely helped me.
good. All right.
See you.
Later. Have a good weekend.
See you, Beezy. Miss Kaitlyn, that was hard.
That was hard. I know. I was stuck on that for a second.
Yo,
Hey,
that was hard.
We didn't
Way
get
over my head.
Honestly, me too. I'm just doing my best. This bio stuff, I got that biology. This trig stuff, I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah.
But we didn't get to Amaya, and I am not
No,
happy.
it's all good. It's all good because she said that she can just wait until Monday. She had texted me. That's why I didn't even bother you.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we good. You good. You look, they ain't working you, man.
Hey, I just want to be able to help everyone. So that's all I'm saying.
No, we good, and I appreciate you, and I thank you so much because this was extremely helpful. And you're right. I think a lot of people are going to be able to use this to help them get over the humps with these issues.
Yeah. I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope so. Cool.
Yeah.
All right, y'all.
Thank you so much.
Have a great weekend.
Have a great weekend. Yeah, we see you Monday.
Yeah, see you on Monday.
Monday, academic with Miss Kaitlyn. See you. Have a great weekend, Miss Kaitlyn.
All right, you too. Bye, y'all.
All right, bye-bye. Yeah, oh my gosh, was that stuff not crazy or what? Way over my head. I was doing okay with Coach Johnson with the biology stuff, and the other day when we was doing the little exponent stuff. But this right here, count me all the way out. But that's it, y'all. We ending another great day, another great week of success sessions. Yo, I'm so happy, yo, because we also wrapped up our first official week of the mental health kickoff, which was nice. So all of the folks who were in the Healing Centered Youth Leadership Program, you're finally going to be able to start to work with your mentors and your coaches one-on-one so that you can get certified to be a first aid mental health responder. That is absolutely amazing. So yeah, y'all already know what it is, man. Tell a friend to tell a friend. You want to be successful, this is where you come. Success Sessions. So with that, if you guys are tuning in to Focus Friday tonight, I'll see you tonight at 7 on Instagram. I don't know what we're going to do, but we're going to do something around music. We're going to have some fun. We're going to do something. And other than that, man, Monday morning, 10 a.m. Y'all already know what it is. All right, have a great weekend, everybody.